I swear to God, I will hold you in my
And welcome everyone to the LPL Playoffs third place match between Snake and Invictus Gaming. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and Grand Finals just around the corner, Papa, and we have one hell of a third place game before then.
And honestly, Pastry Time, it's two teams on the redemption trail, two teams that were 3-0'd in the semi-final. Snake against Invictus Gaming. It's their last hurrah for what has been a good season for both, particularly for Snake coming up from the LSBL. And what better way to win a best of 5 and send the fans home happy.
You can see Crystal there smiling. Looking good, Snake probably feeling fine. I mean, both these teams would have got a chance to rest after pretty tough semifinals, you have to think. Both getting 3-0 there, I believe, in their respective semis, despite having very strong quarterfinals, albeit close performances there for them as well. They finished well, Snake especially, number 2 on the ladder at the end of the regular season, and both teams looking good, were poised to make a big playoff run, but stopped in their tracks by what is one hell of a final tomorrow, EDG versus LGD.
It was definitely an arduous quarterfinal and semifinal schedule following straight on from week 11. Now we move over to the Invictus Gaming lineup. Zatai really reinvented himself as a top laner. You can see his champion pool growing week on week. The Gnar the most popular, but a bit of mage play and even a bit of carry play not reflected in his past 6 champions.
Yeah, we've got a Fizz in there, but even his Aurelia, that traditional top lane carries, look strong as well. Cacao been good on almost everything he touches, it feels like. Gragas and Rek'Sai especially, and that Nidalee have certainly been highlights.
But it was definitely Cacao, and soon we'll move on to Rookie, who really struggled to impress against EDG. These are the 2 core members of the lineup, the big carries for the team. Setting up Rookie to carry has been a consistent strategy for Invictus Gaming. And Rookie's looked wonderful, but man, was really outfoxed by Pawn in that semi-final.
Yeah, and Kid, you can see many Kalista games. Not the best record, unfortunately, for Kid's Kalista, but he just keeps going back to it.
Absolutely. 5-15 for the season, which makes for grim reading, but that was actually 2 wins in the quarterfinal against Vici Gaming. Just didn't come together against EDG.
And Kiddy's there as well. You can see Cannon, the most notable support there in the recent champion pool. Everybody has been picking that up with, I guess, Zero and Mata sort of leading the charge.
The amusing thing, that's Kalista Cannon and Kalista Janna, the most aggressive of Kalista lanes and the most defensive of Kalista lanes. So definitely just playing the whole field when it comes to making Kalista fit into a comp.
And he kind of looked at it already, but I think when you look at this matchup just on paper, your eyes are drawn straight to that jungle position for these 2 teams as well. Beast versus Cacao, 2 of the most aggressive and proactive junglers we've seen in the season. They're going to go head-to-head once more.
And the interesting thing about them, Pastry Time, is that there's not that much overlap in their champion pool. Specifically Beast, he's basically the god of Nunu up there with clear love. 10-2 on the season, is most picked by far. And then Cacao, only actually the 4 games on Nunu. So Nunu and Gragas, these seem to be the representative champions. 5-0 Gragas for Cacao. Definitely going to be looking to pick up. Consistently banned in all 3 games against EDG. Those are the priority jungle picks, but different schools of jungling. We've got the supportive jungler and Beast looking to build up the likes of Crystal with the Blood Boil for late game, and Cacao, he's good on a champion like Gragas, but man, when he goes full Nidalee, the enemy team cowers in fear.
Yeah, he's best on like a big carry champion. Even his Gragas has been able to make plays on. You talked about it already, but that duo for IG, their mid laner and jungler, imported from Korea from an old KT team, looking wonderful here in China for most of their season. We're going to look through some of the picks here, and I think starting with Kakai, you can see aggression seems to be the name of the game.
Absolutely. Lee Sin and Jarvan. Jarvan already a big pick for Beast as well. You can see Zatai loving the mages. He's really enjoyed the top Lulu. Even his Karthus actually looked very impressive. Rookie, he defaults to the Azir, but that was really found out by Pawn, who played the LeBlanc and soundly beat him in lane. So where Azir falls in the draft, given that it's a top pick for both Barker and Rookie, will be really intriguing to me.
Yeah, I think R is interesting as well for Rookie. He's got a good win rate on the champion, and it's been banned so many times against him in the playoffs and the regular season. As we pop over to Snake, and you can see Flandre, that big carry player we expected. Lots of Maokai Gnar, loves the big tanks in the top lane.
And when you think of Barker, you think of the glorious nation of Shurima there, Pastry Time. Loves the Xerath and Azir. In fact, 54% of his games, 28 out of 52 games, have been on Xerath and Azir. He's definitely moved his champion pool from there. His Lulu's good. His Vladimir actually really surprised me as picking up a new meta champion. But he's always been a little bit inflexible. So how IG play around Rookie and try and hold down Barker will be a big question mark that should be answered in this best of 5.
It's definitely Rookie, the person we're looking for to get going there for Invictus Gaming. We've seen Cacao set him up. We've seen Rookie set himself up as well. Loves to 1v1 enemy mid laners in particular.
And Crystal, of course. The Kalista, the Draven. He is the carry lord. He is the second in the MVP. Actually, just checking today, just being eclipsed by Deft. But we're talking about mere points. Both of these players have a best of 5 remaining. Some more carry performances by Crystal. At least he'll go home with an individual award, if not Snake Snake winning the LPL.
Yeah, he's looked absolutely wonderful all season long. And again, for an up-and-coming team, a lot of these players we'd never really heard of outside of China. Even the Korean players we didn't really know that well. And all of a sudden, you put them together, and they're a great-looking team now battling for third.
And obviously, at this point, disappointed not to be in the final. But what a dream first LPL season. Being promoted from the LSPL into second place in the regular season, now potentially third in the playoffs. That's what dreams are made of. They weren't even one of the most fancy teams. Of course, King, who were eliminated in our quarterfinals, was thought to be the big risers from the LSPL. Don't necessarily have the superstar Koreans, but man, the Koreans they did get, Barker and Beast, have been wonderful role players, and the team in general, just a big, happy surprise.
Yeah, they've looked great, but IG have certainly had great moments as well. So we'll kick off our best of 5 here with the Game 1 bans. Cassidy and LeBlanc banned away there from Rookie, mostly you have to think. We've got Xerath and Malka, interestingly, banned by IG.
And we expect a lot of Rookie-focused bans to come out from Invictus Gaming, from Snake, sorry, towards Invictus Gaming. 4 out of the 6 of the most banned champions throughout the course of the seasons and the playoffs against IG have been that mid lane. Ironically, of course, the other two, they're from the jungle. It's the Korean duo that eat most of the bans, and they still have to find a way to carry, despite all that attention in the picks and bans from the enemy team.
Sejuani going to eat a ban, though, so not the Ari there as Lulu gets taken away by Invictus Gaming. So smart stuff here by both sides. Does leave a couple of notable picks open, and Snake will first pick Azir.
And look, we're already in a flashback to EDG versus IG semi-final. Of course, in that game, it was IG first picking the Azir, and Rookie getting counterpicked by Pawns LeBlanc. What does Rookie have to counter this Azir? Because Azir, we know how strong he is. We're on patch 5.7, didn't mention that. So Azir, no sin, no changes directly, but the disengage meta is certainly there. The likes of Gragas and Azir very much in the meta. You pair Azir with the hyper carries that Crystal loves to play, and you have the start of what has been such a successful composition for Snake throughout the course of the season. So Azir, a very fearsome first pick. But what is the answer from IG? We might not find out till the last set of picks.
It's disengage here for IG. Jana, Gragas are their first 2 picks, but most notably for me, Nunu left up here for Beast, and it pairs wonderfully with both Crystal and Azir's pick already.
And maybe that's just a mind game from IG, just happy to pass it over, but then maybe go for a strong dueling jungle like the likes of Lee Sin. It feels like Kakao needs to go carry mode. When he goes and chooses a champion with less pressure, it doesn't really seem to help IG. So it's definitely not been a favorite pick for him, but you're right, leaving it up and leaving a champion like Hecarim up. I mean, the interesting factor here is that Hecarim we expect to be a hot talking point tomorrow, where both Koro and Acorn have really been favoring that champion. Ironically, FLICKR has 0 games played on the Hecarim. This is in 50-plus game season. Has not played that champion. You can see from the summoner spells, probably going to be a top lane Hecarim. And Zatai is 0-2 on the champion. We weren't sure where the priority would be. 3rd round of picks, that's probably later than we'd expect from Hecarim, but still, this is FLICKR's debut game on Hecarim in the LPL.
Yeah, that's the pick that you have to think. Callista going to join in there as well for Crystal, so strong champions there. And I guess my other fun thing about Hecarim is that FLICKR, he pretty much started this problem with the Smite teleport top lane. He was doing it on Shyvana when that patch rolled around. He's the cause of all this trouble, Papa Smithy. And of course, now going to finally pick up the Hecarim as IG, Cassiopeia, Shyvana, teleport smites everywhere.
Teleport smite aplenty. In the early levels, in the early trading, you definitely expect an advantage for Shyvana. First, of course, her burnout does more damage to monsters, so with smite, she'll be powering down multiple jungle camps while Hecarim uses his big mana pool to try and get the first. And just in early trades, you just get that magic damage based up. You can max the burnout first, and you should win the trades against Hecarim. But in the late game, we know what Hecarim can do against enemy AD carry. So definitely it's the early game teleport smite versus the more late game oriented teleport smite.
And I wonder what Ella wants to take here. We've seen a lot of Nautilus be popular, and his Jana has been taken away from him already. So we'll see how they want to get enabled. But these will be some very strong late picks coming through for Snake. The Nunu's locked in, and the Nautilus is there as well.
The comfort is really concerning for me, pastry time, on this Snake side. Callista gets through. Nunu gets through. That's a 13-3 Crystal is on Callista. 10-2 Nunu is coming through. Of course, there's double synergy here for the Nunu as well, remember. You can put that Blood Boil on Crystal, but she already has very high attack speed. He's going to build the Hurricane. You can just throw it onto Azir, and you get the same amount of power. Azir scales so well with attack speed. Always natively just picks up the Stinger as well. Synergy up plenty on the Snake side. The Hecarim's something new, but definitely expect FLICKR to be able to pick up a champion like that. IG have good picks, but it feels like Snake got close to a blind pick comp for them.
Yeah, it really does. And we haven't seen FLICKR play the Hecarim, but he has gone carry mode in games before, so can certainly play a big, high-impact champion like the Hecarim, as the last pick here is actually Jinx for kids. So both teams going fairly fairly late on their scaling.
I gotta say, as an analyst, both these team comps really appeal to me. On the IG side, you've got Cassio Jinx. You've got a strong damage mid laner who can fight next to the hyper carry, use the Petrifying Gaze for guaranteed disengage instead of the situational, say, flash Petrifying Engage. That is Petrifying Gaze Engage. That's a bit tricky, but got there.
Engage.
That's just, okay. That is a little bit more, situational, might not come off. The reliability, when you're standing next to Jinx, everyone wants to dive. That hyper carry who's immobile until she gets the first kill and gets the reset on the get excited. So suddenly Cassiopeia's positioning, one of the most difficult things to do in both lane and team fights, is that much more predictable and easy for IG to pull off. And they've got the frontline diver, because Shyvana, if there's one thing she can do, it's dive carries and just be a massive drag.
And that's sort of the same thing that Hecarim does, honestly. I think the top lane is, for both these teams, they're going to have to be a lot of the engage here for these teams, because apart from this, there's not that much as far as engage or dive goes, you have to think. It's a lot of disengage and a lot of late game scaling. Both Azir and Cassiopeia are fairly defensive-oriented champions from the mid lane, despite scaling and dealing good damage as well.
The rotational play is always the big concern. When you have someone like Jinx, not quite Jinx Nunu, which is pretty much the EDG special when it comes to mowing down turrets in the mid game, but still we've got Jinx, who's a very good turret taker. Kalista not so much in that regard, but they have a lot of dive. They've got Nunu, Kalista. You give them free time with a turret, and you've got that recurve bow towards the Hurricane. You're going to do plenty of turret damage as well. It's just two very team fight oriented comps, which should mean, fingers crossed, an excellent game of League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Both teams looking for more of that late game. We've seen Snake traditionally love to scale up and play around that big hyper carry Crystal. IG have certainly played lots of different styles, I think, in their time. More recently, maybe shifting towards a lot more tankiness and Cinderhulk, but IG, I feel like we haven't seen that much from them this season, despite the volume of games they've played. So if they're going to show anything, it might as well be now.
We've definitely seen a lot of games, but I know what you mean in terms of we haven't seen a lot of core identity for Invictus Gaming. Who is Invictus Gaming is kind of the nebulous question. They've definitely been a lot of different things. They've been late game scaling comps. We've seen the IG aggression that typified them, say, 2012 till this roster came together in 2015, their relentless aggression. They've been many different things, but what is their core identity? To me, honestly, they're a team of adaptation. They're a team that can really find out what an enemy team does, ban away their core picks, pick blocker champions, and then outdo them at their own game, which is very interesting to see when it's pulled off. EDG, though, was a bridge too far in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, even in this game, you have to think, we already noted that this comp from Snake looks like a blind pick draft. That adaptation maybe takes a game or two.
And we'll have to wait and see whether maybe there's something about the synergies that will work. Maybe the Cassiopeia, that's the big question mark. Cassiopeia versus Azir. Sounds like Cassio as a mid-range champion might struggle, but I think we're going to get onto the Rift for game one.
Yeah, we're going to go straight to the Rift. Let's do it. And welcome onto the Rift for Game 1 here between Snake and Invictus Gaming for our LPL Playoffs third place match. Of course, the grand final just around the corner tomorrow, 4 p.m. local time. But this should be quite a lot of fun to close out these two teams' LPL season.
And these two teams are playing for circuit points, but honestly, more importantly, pride after both getting swept in the semifinals. First appearance on patch 5.7 for the LPL teams. Last attempt to really show their fan groups what they're about going into that break between splits. Of course, not going to be representing their teams at MSI, but still want to send their fans home happy after a very long and arduous season.
Yeah, it has been a long season as the tie is going to take away our camp, but we do start off with the pauses. Crystal might have a problem or two there connecting back into the game. Curiously for me, no lane swaps here coming through. Lots of standard lanes it seems like we'll have, just given the movement we've got right now.
And we didn't grab the early vision, so we're not sure whether there was invades for vision either. Standard lanes, I mean, both these teams are in that teleport smite situation. Honestly, the first team to rebit into lane and perhaps start pushing in might have the advantage. You'd probably give Zatai the advantage if he gets there early. Of course, has the burnout for more AoE pushing, although Rampage no slouch for the Hecarim either in terms of the pushing. If they're left to just go and do some jungling, you're going to give the advantage to Shyvana in terms of getting that experience quicker and maybe the first item to open up a pushing advantage in the top. In terms of their starts, we do see a regen heavy start coming from the Hecarim and a bit more of a late game build coming through with the Ruby Crystal start coming from the Shyvana. Of course, you don't see Machete that much from these teleport smite lanes, even though that would help their jungling even faster. If you ever invade for vision and see a Shyvana with Machete, you say, okay, we're definitely going for standard lanes. We're definitely trying to harass this person, keep them in lane, go for the fast push, and make sure that Machete is offering them nothing in terms of laning.
Yeah, it's just too narrow an option, you have to think. We have seen teams adapt sometimes and maybe go back, get early gold, and then once they continue their jungle follow, do it. I can't remember which team that was, but we've seen adaptation certainly. But for the most part, you just want to try and jockey for early positions. And Smite Top has not only brought Cinderhulk to another a section of the map and a second smite for neutral control. Just the level 1s now are so interesting.
And you just wait to see which team is going to cotton onto it and just go for the fast push, make that smite laner accountable faster, specifically Shyvana. You know that she's powering down those camps either in your or the enemy jungle. So get her back into that lane and make sure she doesn't have that innate advantage with the burnout.
Yeah, we can see, of course, that will isolate our mid lane as well. And haven't seen it for a little while, Azir versus Cassiopeia, but Rookie certainly in his playoff games was favoring this champion and has to think with the counter pick likes the matchup.
I have to think so. I don't see it necessarily being the most punishing lane for Azir, just given how much range he has. Should be able to deal with the harassment in lane. Of course, the all-in trade's definitely going to focus on Cassiopeia. You're just waiting for that crazy interaction when Cassiopeia and Gragas interact with the Empress Divide. There could be any sort of shenanigans coming out there. Barker, interestingly, hasn't gone for cleanse in this situation, so not respecting the Petrifying Gaze enough to pick for it. Of course, not going to offer him very much against Shyvana, Gragas, Janna, so perhaps just hoping, relying on his own reflexes to be able to deal with the stun. So the stun registers, kill pressure, pretty damn high.
Yeah, I think Cleanse is more of an anti-Sejuani tool than anything else, so that would make a lot of sense. I mean, unfortunately for Barker, he can't really get out of any CC apart from the Petrifying Gaze, because the rest of them are knockbacks or knockups.
And that's the thing. If you saw multiple CCs, even if it's not a true, like, I need Cleanse champion, like Rammus or Sejuani coming through, if you see a couple of CCs, you're all about consistent damage on Cassiopeia. Letting your poison drop, honestly, is such a big DPS drop. Honestly, if I'm going to compare it, it's to a Snake champion. It's the like of Draven dropping an axe. You can't afford for that damage that damage downside to come through. So you need the cleanse just to do consistent damage in a fight.
Yeah, I think we are getting close to the unpause as well, but still not quite in-game yet. I think it's interesting that you point that out, that you want to do consistent damage, because Cleanse, certainly the defensive option, but Rookie opted in for, I guess, the aggressive version, which is just to take Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost Flash. Maybe that's just to respect the ranges coming through. Of course, it's going to be so much AoE, like latent CC from the likes of Beast on that Nunu, of course, is going to, at some point in a fight, just be opening up space for the likes of Crystal, channeling that absolute zero. You want to avoid the ranges coming through from Nautilus. To be honest, the only way to get out of Nautilus CC is not to be in depth charge range, because all the other CCs will come after that targeted ability is used. So yeah, it is a very aggressive choice coming through, and Barker, he's going to try and do consistent damage and just respect the Petrifying Gaze with positioning and just, you know, turning around this champion rather than necessarily using the cleanse. So in this situation, probably fine.
I mean, it's funny to me. I'm curious to see when we do starting fights, how do they even start? Because these teams honestly don't have that many good hard engage options. We've got Fate's Call, we've got Nautilus if he gets in range, and Hecarim is probably the best first option there for Snake. But you look over on the IG side, Shyvana to dive in, Gragas ulti if you get in range, and that's about it.
But you can turn around that Gragas ulti comment and say Gragas ulti most reliable use, especially since it's not an AP Gragas looking for burst. It's going to be used for disengage. It's going to be used for turret damage. You know, you go under a turret, throw the Eye of the Storm shield onto Jinx, ult away the defenders, and just smash down the turret quickly. That's an option. And of course, just in teamfights simply, it's a disengage tool to keep the enemy away from your hyper carry and Jinx. So both these teams, as you mentioned, go better defensively. Of course, Shyvana and Hecarim, both to varying degrees, can get onto that backline. How sticky they'll be, it's a bit of a question mark with all the disengage coming through. So it's definitely going to be an objective-focused game, you have to think, base time, because at least if you're fighting around objectives, you get that objective lead. You get 2 dragons. The first one might not be contested, depending on how the lanes pull out, although we do see standard lanes, so potentially will be contested. But once you get towards the 3rd dragon, fighting for that, if one team has 2 dragons, you know that the enemy team, even if they haven't picked for engage, are going to have to fight you, because that dragon, the 5th dragon, is such a significant win condition in the current meta of League of Legends. And because both these comps don't have reliable engage, you take the team that gets that control on dragon. And honestly, the 1st dragon, to me, it sounds like a very early thing to say as a big win condition, but just given the comps, it's of extra importance.
It really is. I mean, again, if you're playing defense, if your comp is based around making the enemy come to you, you need an advantage to draw them in the first place, whether it's fighting around a dragon, fighting around turrets, or honestly just fighting around that dragon, like you mentioned. I guess my next question then, if that's what we can observe between the 2 team comps, and I think that's very fair, who has the advantage as far as neutral control goes?
I think the advantage might be there for Snake just because they have 2 smites and a Nunu, so they have more dragons secure. But I'm going to actually pay it over to IG in terms of flexibility, not around neutrals, but just around the fact that their team has excellent siege. You got Janna, you have Janna Jinx, which of course the Eye of the Storm, just powering down those turrets. You have the threat of a turret dive from Zatai, but you've got Kakao as well to disengage, the Petrifying Gaze also to respect, another ranged auto attacker, if not the best auto attack frame coming through from Cassiopeia. So given they have slightly better turret damage and have maybe the better options when it comes to rotations, I give IG maybe the slight compositional advantage, but if you focus this into objective game, it's that big toss-up. It's that big wait to see who can get the supremacy over the early objective.
Yeah, and it almost seems like that big almost dilemma when you have two late game scaling comps is that all of a sudden somebody gets an advantage in the mid game and you're both trying to scale. You kind of have a pretty big advantage if you're both based on getting to late game.
Exactly. If you're scaling and then every 6 minutes you're forced to fight, that's just not playing towards your win condition. It's a big significant hole. So IG having the better Siege team might prove to be the advantage as we roll on back onto the Rift.
We are back into the Rift now. As we see, we have broken out into standard lanes. So those early top laners seem to both use their teleport. So looks like to take a camp and then go head to head against each other. And Kid versus Crystal, this should be quite the matchup. Jinx versus Kalista. And Kalista's been a thorn in so many teams' side, you have to think. Such a strong first pick and first ban, honestly, in so many different games. So I'm curious to see what Kid does here with his counter pick.
I think that, obviously we didn't get to see it on screen, but Kid just being pushed up is a big thing for Jinx, because Crystal, on that Kalista actually has a surprisingly strong level 1 when it comes to either maxing the rend or the PS for lane control. If you get a level advantage against a hook champion like Nautilus, who has so much initiation CC, Janna, of course, not so useful when it comes to sustain. The burst trade could have been significant. So Kid actually getting level 2 first, whether that's just from a bluff and getting to lane first or not. As Barker, it's getting feisty already.
Yeah, very nice presence. Didn't get the Raptor, but does get the ward. Knows the Kakao now is fairly low. That might prompt Nunu to go invade, but no, he's gone back in. So they're going to pick up some early items. This Rookie going to get some transition damage there. Very big E's coming through there from the Twin Fangs, but Barker gets away to safety, does not yet burn the heal.
It looks like he might have had just enough mana for 2 more Twin Fangs, and thus it suggests that if he had Ignite, might have been potential to kill secure. Kakao finds the jungle just a little bit too tough at the moment.
Playing very risky, but does clear the Krog, so we'll get level 3 and go back. Beast already level 3, of course, very safe on the Nunu, so has his Stalker's Blade finished up already.
So just talking about this mid lane matchup, the poke trade's definitely going to be an advantage of Barker. That's why I said Rookie might struggle, in that Cassiopeia is a bit like Lissandra in that she's more of a medium to short range mage, but the all-in trade's always going to go on the advantage of Rookie. You can see Rookie trying to push Barker towards Nunu. In this case, actually opened up distance, might have spotted him through a ward, so safe anyway.
There's a ward right at the top there, so did spot Beast in there. So they'll just instead try and push the wave up. Beast going to help a little bit by slapping away some of the minions down, but Barker just wants to open up a little bit of space. So we look back down. Already actually an early advantage there for Kid, so we wondered about the push in Jinx. Having lane control early on seems to help out here.
It's not just the Jinx versus Kalista that we have to talk about. It's the fact that Nautilus and melee champions are so much better when they have when you're pushing in aggressively. When you're defensive, you can just look at the Nautilus. He's just walking around, getting relic shield procs, and just soaking damage. That's all he can really provide in this overextended situation. So it's just the fact that this duo lane was able to push up. Janna has a ranged auto attack. Both these lanes look better going forward, and advantage Kid and Kitties.
Yeah, smart Trumpers pressure there as well under the tower. So continuing to push in, and Jinx, if she can get a hold of a lane early and get to that BO sword smoothly, she often can take over at least, and you get good options with the rotations as well. As in the top lane here, Flandre actually a nice early league with his Crystal and Flask. Now level 6 actually, might think about a dive, but with Beast not in the area, probably not.
Yeah, honestly, Zatai hasn't had vision of Kakao for quite a long time. There hasn't been vision around Kakao's jungle, so he's just had to play more defensively. He's ceding lane control to a Hecarim. At this point, it's not a big deal, and when you're talking about the late game, Hecarim has the more reliable engage tool in the Onslaught of Shadows, but hey, you get a flank teleport on Shyvana, you get onto the backline, you still do very respectable damage. You're going to have very similar build paths in terms of the Cinderhawk first at least. So not a big hole in top, and just respecting the potential of that jungle presence.
Rookie actually used his ultimate in the mid lane, so tried to get the kill into Barker, but that ult did not connect. As you can see, Barker's health bar now level 6 himself, whereas Beast is actually waiting here for Flandre, and the time may be a bit overextended. Going to try and bait him in, wants him to use the Dragon's Descent, but Beast very patient.
Yeah, Beast doesn't actually have that much kill pressure. They really need Zatai to super commit, maybe use that Dragon's Descent. Otherwise, if he just has it to be used defensively, he will be able to open up enough space.
See Flandre trying to poke there. Beast will finally show himself. That's going to prompt the ulti, but Flandre going to pay back in there as well. Good devastating charge back. Snowball's going to ride in, and first blood goes to Hecarim.
Very smart play from Flandre, able to use the devastating charge to push him back, open up just enough space to keep him out of the turret. Picks up the kill. No flash, of course, on Zatai. And that's just the more experienced top laner really playing it fast and loose and getting Zatai down.
I think for me, that's the first time I've ever seen a Hecarim not terrify someone with an ultimate and have it go even better than expected.
I mean, that's just excellent play coming through from FLICKR and forces the teleport, and now they have both the solo, both the first blood and the teleport advantage. Snake, that should open up Dragon advantage, you have to think. They should be able to get the control over that objective with the Hacker and teleport available.
Especially with the Nunu ready to go, but Flandre, no ulti for a short while, but should have it back soon enough if they do want to contest for that Dragon. We see he's gone back, he's got his Skirmisher Saber and the Barmy Cinder ready to go, so building in towards that very popular enchantment, the Cinder Hulk. And looking around the other lanes right now, Charles gone back and picked up for FLICKR, and Rookie's just starting off on his tier.
Actually kind of worry for Kid in the bottom lane. Although he has a CS advantage, the level 6 advantage has to be in the advantage of Crystal and Ella in this case. You have to think that Nautilus, with all his different types of CC and just the Ren being based on auto attacks rather than necessarily your first big AD purchase, means that if an all-in trade comes through, there is more kill pressure for Snake than there is for IG. So they definitely want to do their shopping trip soon to ensure that when that Super Mega Death Rocket actually connects, it's going to have a BF sword or more behind it.
Interestingly, Ella hit level 6 before Crystal, but now they're both 6 as well. Kitty slightly behind, just a couple stacks going through with the piercing Crystal. Looks like he wants to take a shopping trip.
That's probably good timing. No rush there. Gragas on that side of the map. So the Spidey sense maybe was tingling coming through from Crystal. No pressure in this case. But actually looks to be rotating on the minimap as Barker gets his first donation to blue.
Good pings by IG there, knowing that the blue's being taken over, wander toward the Dragon. And this is the awkward thing about doing your blue buff for the mid laner on the blue side, is that you end up on the wrong side for this Dragon, and IG, wonderful rotation, going to take it away.
Yeah, really smart rotation, as you mentioned. Getting the Dragon against Nunu is no mean feat. Remember, they have teleport advantage as well. This is effectively an objective steal based on how the first 8 minutes have played out, and again, it's just savvy play from Kakao and Rookie, you'd have to think.
And it's just the first Dragon, but snowballing up towards the second, and of course, eventually the fifth is a big deal for both these teams. So first early advantage as far as objectives go does go to Invictus Gaming.
If we've learned one thing about the LPL this season, is that these objectives can definitely escalate quickly. So they've got the first one, they haven't been able to use the strategic advantage, they put so much time and pressure in top to build up, and they take down that Dragon. So now we see Beast going for a bit of counter jungling, and Kakao's feeling feisty.
He is going to check it though, and the red buff will not get taken away. He actually does wrap all the way back around, but Kakao's going to be able to pick it up instead. A Sightstone though for Beast means he does get good deep wards down. You can see them just flanking the red side of IG's jungle.
An amusing thing coming to the jungle matchup that we saw there as Kakao and Beast met in the jungle is that Kakao, although he's not quite Nunu when it comes to taking the Dragon, he has the Drunken Rage. It's been increased in cap to 300 damage. He has surprisingly good consistent Dragon damage. So while his secure is not the same as Nunu's, it's similar in terms of speed.
And curiously, back in the bottom lane, you can see the CS not too bad here. Kids still with a decent lead of about 15 or so, but nobody has spent any gold yet, and they have big stacks in that bank.
And there's no Avarice Blade to really prompt this investment banking, but just everyone's overstaying for another wave. So you're just priced in to stay and push it out. You know, it's always that battle. You see it often in solo queue when you're watching someone like Double. It's like, just back so I can back. And it feels like that's just the case here. They're just, their egos are getting in the way, and they're saying, all right, I've got no pressure. Might as well just keep farming for my first big item.
Yeah, Snake, fake it again. Go for the recalls, but don't complete them. Kakao looking for a bit of vision. Sentinel, though, looking around, but IG do have some nice wards in towards the bottom side, towards the Krugs and red buff. Barker, though, now could be in trouble. Rookie going to return with his Haunting Eyes, and Kakao is going to start it off. He needs to line up the ulti. Beautifully played. Rookie ults him right into it, and Barker uses his ult, but he's well and truly dead.
And there's the Katie Rolster Arrow special. This duo on Invictus Gaming, so smart in the engage. Kakao just used everything at the same time. Honestly, Barker looked just a bit perturbed by the whole situation, but look at the big purchase. Had the tier, freshly shopped with the Haunting Guys, suddenly the damage registers, and registers huge, dies through the heal, didn't even have time to flash, and now this lane starts to swing towards Cassiopeia, and we expect even more defensive positioning coming through from the Athene's completed Azir.
We've got a roam coming through now as well, down into the bottom side. Kakao not going to quite get spotted by the Sentinel. Might have to use the Fate Skull here to save Ella. Won't use it quite yet. Nautilus pretty tanky, but Crystal have to think he wants to go in. The teleport actually coming through. They might chuck him back in. They do want to Kakao and Flandre trying to line up the ulti. Depth charge now onto Rookie. Kitties is down as well. Kakao getting low. Will get sniped by Crystal. Super Mega Death Rocket does do some AoE damage, but it's 3v4 right now as the tires come down as well. He's actually getting kited back. Flandre will die to Kid, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Ty tried to hold on to the Dragon's Descent, hoping to get another kill, because without Flash, without Onslaught of Shadows, Fondre was definitely dead. Snake trying to answer this all with some pushing in the mid lane. Remember, Beast and Barker have a lot of synergy when it comes to the Blood Boy really powering up his kit. So they get a little bit of damage getting done, but definitely a trade towards Invictus Gaming in that regard.
Good room there by IG in the gold or square right now. So that one dragon up, a big deal already in the early stages of this game. You can see the gold just been spent by Kid, but Crystal, he's 3,700 gold and he still hasn't shopped yet.
I mean, look, it's only 40 gold between the two of them. Now 100 when that Ren came through. Look at this first purchase. BF Sword, Pickaxe, and an Avarice Blade. I mean, look, he's already seen plenty of banking coming through in the 12 minutes. You can't help but forgive him for picking up an Avarice Blade in what has been a very passive farming bottom lane.
And Crystal now with a Bloodthirster straight up as well, plus some Boots of Speed.
A lot of power.
Yeah, lots of power there for Kalista, and we've started seeing the shift away from that Hurricanes first.
I mean, the Bloodthirster gives you that much more lane control. You have that sustain option. As a champion that does all of their damage in 550 range or less, just auto-attacking to get the Ren damage. Okay, you don't have the Ren set potential necessarily in a team fight. Oh, I mean, you do, but just not quite as fearsome when you don't have the attack speed. But it's a lot more lane control, and honestly, a lot more one-item power coming through compared to what Kid has. But don't mistake that. There's always the potential of the big Super Mega Death Rocket kill. You just have to think the offensive options squarely in the advantage in terms of a 2v2 for Snake.
And good steal there by Ella. Actually takes the Scuttle Crab away from Invictus Gaming's bottom lane, so a bit of well-deserved extra gold there as well. As we might see fireworks now on the bottom side, especially if there are more people that want to visit.
And look, they went for the flexible purchase. I'm surprised to see both of these supports pick up Moby Boots. Obviously, they were going to come in eventually, but they've been anchored and in just the very literal terms in terms of Nautilus to the bottom lane. They haven't been doing much roaming, but you got to give those options open and nothing necessary that really demanded being purchased instead.
Cacao has snuck into the bottom side though, so looking for a gank here with Kid and Kitties. Plenty of damage coming through. Jinx ultimate backup as well, but flashes are here for the dual lane of Snake.
And worth noting, you have to really go for Crystal on this engage, otherwise the Fate's Call will come, stasis, and ensure that Ella will not die. So much sustain on Crystal, so unless Crystal, for whatever reason, starts to tend towards the top side of this map, hard for Gragas to get much work done.
Yeah, they'll see him with a ward there, but Crystal just going to move some Sentinels around and return to the lane. Does not want to overcommit here, but Cacao, he's been sitting down here for quite a while, so you have to think at this point they have no idea that he's there, but he'll finally leave, it looks like.
Now remember, there's Dragon coming in 30 seconds, so that's where he wants to be on the map anyways. Nunu's just shopped, he's going to come in this direction. IG just trying to get as much vision as possible. We already said that this is the big win condition. Cal looking for an engage, but risky.
Yeah, Elarita Chomper there actually goes back in onto kick Crystal, trying to find some damage. Good Fate's Call there to dodge the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Nautilus will Fate's Call his way out to safety.
The Fate's Call's not available. They don't have teleport in their top laner. Nunu can look for a cheeky steal, but so far Dragon Troll's squarely with IG.
Good timing, no, from Beast comes down to stop Cacao from diving that Nautilus. Ella chugging a couple potions, teleports not available like you mentioned. So Snake, if they want to fight for this second dragon, and they should, it's going to be a 4v4.
And honestly, the only way to get on top of this Cassiopeia in such a situation where you don't have wards is some sort of miracle Fate's Call into Nautilus Ultimate. Fate's Call not available, teleport not available. The freest dragon of your life for Invictus Gaming.
Sentinel comes too late, and that's a second dragon there for IG. So Baka couldn't come, anchored to that lane, pushed up by the Cassio. Flandre didn't have time to walk down, and we talked about the power of Jinx in these neutral situations, objectives, whether they be turrets or dragons. She's good at taking both of them.
Now you feel like Snake are really going to have to start getting some ward supremacy as we move into mid to late. Although their engage is not strong, you can definitely see Onslaught of Shadows into some sort of 3-4-man Fate's Call working their advantage. Similar things that LGD were able to do in their semi-final against Snake were those engages with the likes of the Kalista Nautilus. There is the potential, but IG, they've been very on point in terms of warding. You can't see them necessarily overextending for the Ren sets once they see the Hurricane completed by Kalista.
No, and Snake classically used to trade a lot of advantage in lane for dragons, honestly. They were happy just trying to get ahead in gold, especially taking out some early turrets. But given that the game is neutral on gold with no turrets being taken by either side and even the kills being equalized as well, I do honestly have the only advantage that we can look at, and that's the dragons.
That's the big discernible advantage. And when you look at the scalings, honestly, across the board, they're pretty similar coming through. Although Barker with Blood Boil especially probably is going to outscale the Cassiopeia in terms of damage. Crystal probably not going to necessarily need that Blood Boil as we come into the late game. And he powers on attack speed items, which has always been want to do. For example, his Cogmore build. Not really a big fan of Infinity Edge, Static Shift, Phantom Dancer, all those sort of attack speed based items. So Calista naturally will build herself towards 2.5 attack speed. This is a lot about setting up Barker, who's fallen down, but is keeping competitive in the mid lane.
Yeah, Stinger back now as well. CS difference not too bad as the tie will return here as well. Home guard boots for both of the top laners actually, and no big damage items coming through after the Cinder Hulks have been completed. It's a Giant's Belt for the tie and a Glacial Shroud there for Flandre.
So is the tie picking up the home guard boots might surprise you, but honestly, his engages in this game will be much similar to Hecarim's. Hecarim's done best when you have a flanking ward placed behind the enemy, and you just get Shyvana to use that Dragon Descent to position everyone into your team. That's what they're going to be looking for. So watch for the deep vision from both teams, especially around Dragon, which is going to be the major objective for the next 12, 13 minutes of the game. Wards around there will be priceless.
And Kakao actually does go in, but B's going to get knocked back into the team. It's challenged there as well by Zatai. Dragons are settled moving back as he flashes in, and Flandre now going to come in. Azir, doing good damage as Ella is also ridden in as well. Flandre not quite pulling the trigger on the ulti. Does finally go in, gets on to Rookie. They fear him back. Beast pops his ulti, and it's still an absolutely massive fight. Good ult though, moves the time maybe a bit too far away. Flandre will go down as Cassiopeia's damage in the situation. Far too high, and Rookie, good mana pull, keeps chasing but cannot get anyone else.
Super awkward fight. No consistent damage because both AD carries weren't there. The only consistent damage, though, honestly, was Rookie on the Cassiopeia. They pick up the 1 kill, but honestly a misfire on both sides just because the positioning method, there was just so low damage between those two.
I mean, Buck and no slouch on the Azir, maybe wants a couple more items, but just couldn't get into position. And when you're fighting into a Cassiopeia, that's exactly what she wants from you.
And that's the thing. Azir's not immovable, but he needs to set up a locus control, put down some soldiers, and force you to respect and dive. But with no AD carries to dive, people were just disengaging defensively from the Sand Soldiers. Snake, though, they pick up the objective. Taking out the outer turret should help getting those flanking wards we've spent so much time discussing.
Yeah, it's the first turret of the game, interestingly enough, so a little bit slow as far as turrets being taken down. No Jinx fast push coming through just yet, but Infinity Edge completed for Kid. A Zeal actually done for Crystal here, so the Hurricane may be being abandoned for now.
He looks on the enemy team here, does Crystal, and realizes he needs a way to kill Zatai and Kakao. Those are the people who are going to be getting in his face. You go for that Renset build. Okay, you get the dream-like 4-man Fate's Call, and you just mow people down. But in a more reliable sense, probably a static Shiv or maybe the Phantom Dancer is the right way to go. Shiv gives you a bit of AoE options. Phantom Dancer really helps you in killing Zatai. We haven't seen this much from Crystal at all. Let's be real. He's been going for the Hurricane consistently in at least 90-95% of his Kalista games. Honestly, he plays so much Kalista that makes sense. But in this situation, it's going a bit more single target.
And for me, this just screams a Snake tactic that we've seen a lot in the regular season. They're just pushing for late game as hard as they can.
And there's no worries about that. Hecarim's piling on the CS. Hecarim will be able to get more reliable damage. The tie is caught, but he's also a Dragon.
Yeah, caught there. Just uses his ulti and gets himself out of trouble as Bucker will clear a ward. But Dragon back up in a minute 30 now. And again, IG, now that the third is approaching, Snake do really have to start worrying about the objective snowball.
The tie definitely needs to build up the rage for that Dragon's Descent to be available. Doesn't have it right now. Slowly will build it up. Probably will have it. Honestly, the cooldown feels like about 60 to 70 seconds if you're doing damage to a minion wave. Jinx gets free time, and bye goes
that
the
was
turret.
really sick, actually. Kid zoned him out of the choke there with Flame Chombers, and then Crystal was like, I can't get in here now. And couldn't do anything as Kakao moves in onto Ella. Crystal, though, going to hop away. Beast comes in as well as Kitties gets hooked away. Death Charge will get used. Jana looking to fall down here. The Fate's Call not used quite yet. Actually, they can re-engage with it if they want. Crystal runs into a Chomper, though. Beast trying to chase him, but he is very slow by the cast because he'll keep running in. Maybe find the snowball, but Kakao pretty sticky at this stage on the Gragas.
And look, IG were trying to be really savvy and prep for the Dragon a minute out. They were just hoping to get a pick, then be able to get ward supremacy and ensure, nail on that third Dragon. But in this situation, Zatai is going to push top. They're not going to have ward advantage. Will they still opt to fight? Because Kitties, he's very quick on the Jana. He's trying to power back and ensure that they open up the chance of picking up the third Dragon. One thing's for sure, they're going to trade turrets.
Well, they get the turret, and Recall's actually coming through for Snake, so not looking for that Dragon, it seems like. Flandre used his teleport down to the bottom side, I believe. So
Crystal has so much gold, 2,000 gold.
Yeah, it goes to spend some, got a Phantom Dancer now, but 2-0-0, the late game Kalista is real.
And this is the sort of situation where you need to actually look at this item build from Crystal, because you can be forgiven for thinking, IG, all right, it's about time for him to have that Hurricane, but no, he's looking to kill the front line. So you need to really ensure that your engages respect the fact that his single target damage is much higher than expected.
And Snake are going to look to contest it. Nunu going to try and find his way, and Rookie actually gets grabbed up there, and Kakao going to try and disengage him away. Cast not quite landing. Ella taking too much damage. Fate's Call moves into Flandre, dives in onto Kid Zatai, trying to go into the backside, but Beast zones everybody out with an absolute zero. Good off from Kid, though, going to start the first reset, and Crystal can't do enough damage. Kakao comes back in, body slam for the knock-up onto Flandre. Crystal kiting as hard as he can, but it's 2-0 already. Kakao might actually go go down, but he's so tanky on the Gragas. Gets a knockup, Kid gets a third kill, and Crystal against the world in a 1v5 with almost the rest of his team dead. Will get slowed by a Zephyr, knocked up by Tornado, and give Kid a double and IG 4 kills.
Yeah, 4 kills, Nunu alive, but probably no hope in hell of stealing away the Dragon. That's a big team fight win for IG. The big question mark from this draft, would it be Kakal's 5-0 Gragas? Would it be the 10-2 Nunu coming through that would really get them that objective snowball to open up the main win condition for both teams? And Kakal showing why so many teams, including Edward Gaming, have really respected this Gragas pick, 5-0, and just really making it work. 1-1-5, but 6 out of 7 kill participation, and they've got that Dragon on lockdown.
Yeah, 3-0 now on the Dragon for IG, and converted that into 3 turrets as well, but we're going to see a replay of that fight.
So remember, Rookie and Kid want to fight this fight together just to make the enemy team respect the Petrifying Gaze. It's not used at this point, it's held on to wait for the Petrifying Gaze to be used, but Kid and Rookie fighting together. They get the first reset in this situation. Petrifying Gate's already been used, and they just keep diving. And Crystal, with that single target build, honestly, he's finding targets to auto. He does 1 auto onto Kitties, 2 onto Kakao, and realizes, okay, I'm not going to be killing Kakao. This is not the impact of Callista we expect from 2 items. And honestly, the big worry for Snake is they need to fight for Dragons. They need to fight right now. The most immediate power you can get for Callista, the lowest spike, is Hurricane into the Bloodthirster. They don't have that, and now the fact that they need to fight for Dragons is at odds with the build Crystal has.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you look at that last fight and think, you know what? Hurricane actually would have been really good there.
And look, if you had the Dragon on lockdown, go for the single target build and be a single target focus in the late game with the objectives to really justify it. But when you're fighting for objectives, you need as much power as possible.
Man,
it's the reason why Rumble's so good. He can build 2 magic penetration items and then fight for objectives. With this build, Callista just gets zoned out of the fight.
Well, Snake now very much committed to the late game at this stage, but IG with the 5th Dragon rolling in now in 12 minutes time or so. That's not very far away, just under 35 minutes or so. Invictus Gaming with a 4,000 gold in and looking to continue their objective snowball. Last Whisper done there for Kid. Hasn't even finished his static shiv yet. That's how confident he feels right now. Rookie's got his Distortion upgrade and the Seraph's Embrace completed as well. Maybe even working for a Rylai's now with that Giant's Belt in his inventory. And Flandre, sure, he's fighting Zatai just fine here, but he needs more CS than this point. He doesn't even have damage items yet. He's full tank after Cinderhulk.
That's another big issue is he doesn't have the burst. He's looking to just stick around. So, okay, let's think of a different scenario. You look down this lineup. Callista actually has the Hurricane. Flandre's job isn't as much burst, it's just soaking up damage while Callista gets the Ren sets going. But now with a single target build, he needs to be a damage threat because it feels like Callista can't be that damage threat. So I feel like the build's definitely not in harmony here between Flandre and Crystal. In the late game, absolutely they might work out, but the late game, we're talking about 4 or 5 Dragons piling onto IG. That's the big concern for me. And Kid, I think, has been savvy to go for the Last Whisper second. Already has the static shift now, so it's a moot point. But honestly, it's about that first kill, getting the reset on the Get Excited, because the Emperor's Divide is going to come eventually.
Oh, Kakao.
Gets the blue buff. But to get past the Emperor's Divide, to get past the disengage, what better way than getting excited on Jinx?
Yeah, and you saw actually Elo dying there to the rocket actually caused some of the problems there in that last team fight. So IG now complete control of the map, it looks like, in Snake's wards. They've been pushed very far back into their own jungle. To be fair, they are warding well, both defensively and with some neutral wards toward the Baron as well. But Beast hasn't even finished his Aegis yet, and this is the man that on Nunu loves to get his team snowballing, both literally and figuratively.
Just the big issue is that Nunu's been basically a footnote in this game. Nunu's best job is at pushing turrets and taking down dragons, and honestly hasn't really been proficient in doing either. They're doing fine, they're competitive in turrets 2 to 3, but the dragon especially. And it was all undone by the savvy taking a dragon and swapping it for the enemy blue buff. They had an exact timer on blue, knew they were on that side of the map, took down the first dragon, and it's looked great from there for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, Rookie's even started a bit of split push as he shoves the wave down bottom towards that turret as well. Mikhail's completed for Kitties. Going to mean Kid on the immobile Jinx even safer with their 3 big carry items. Warmog's done now for Zatai. He's got 4,000 health already, plus a Randuin's as well. And Crystal going to try and kill him, but good luck.
Yeah, it's depressing, to be honest. It could have been either item. It could have been the Hurricane or the Phantom Dancer, and the result will be the same. Maybe the Last Whisper will give us more information to really start to respect or gain more of an opinion on this single target damage. Bloodthirster, of course, is no IE when it comes to modifying with crit. Needs the Last Whisper to try to tickle the Randuin's Warmog Cinderhulk. How much synergy is there between those 3 items for Zatai?
A lot, and you can tell just by the massive health pool that he's feeling very comfortable now on the big tank Shyvana. We can see Baka might be moving in for a Luden Zeko. That'd be quite curious. Seen a lot of mid laners in the LPL seem to favor that item, but Rookie rotating from lane to lane, trying to get to level 6, and IG, everything calm before that dragon back up in about a minute 15.
You can just see the confidence of IG at dealing with the likes of Crystal. Cal's just gone full magic resist. He's not respecting the physical damage at all. If it was the Hurricane build, you would have thought that at least a Warden's Mail would have come through at this point. But happy to just pick up the lock. It's got the Ninja Tabby now, and honestly, that's probably going to do enough work given his health pool.
It is indeed. I mean, Flandre now with his Frozen Hearts looking good. Lust Whisper will be coming through for Crystal, so it's a tie. He's pretty much going to try and dive Kalista at every single fight. We'll have a bit more of a chance in that situation. Crystal actually trying to pick up a bit of AoE farm here. And just, again, take some more turrets, give his team a little bit more gold, but the tile pushes out very quickly, and Crystal probably has to give this up.
Honestly, Crystal is desperately trying to find another 300 gold in the next 40 seconds to take Dragon. He needs gold desperately, needs a Last Whisper to be relevant in this 4th Dragon fight.
Needs that turret, but Buck is already dead there in the mid lane as Kid gets a reset.
Here comes
there.
Jinx.
Yeah, is going to come through. Jinx just taking out this turret, and no Nunu required here for this one. Janna just enough, especially with 3 damage items.
Feels like Snake, honestly. They fell down quite easily in that semi-final. So far, this has been all IG this game. Snake, Flandre looking for a desperate engage, but there's 4 members of IG.
Yeah, Crystal trying to come back, and Ella's getting harassed out of the top side by Zatai, who still has his teleport. Cacao face taking the turret. Kid is going to take it away here. Turret's going to go down. Chompers do land. Flandre in trouble, gets knocked back and taken out. Can't even ulti out to safety. Ella now getting dove there by Zatai, and the inhibitor will fall down. Rookie flashing in for an ultimate. Finds himself onto Crystal, who jukes the Q, but can't juke the Twin Fangs. Cassio with a double, and IG have broken the base.
That's only 2 damage items coming through from Rookie there. Going for the very early Leandri. Shades of Godv coming through with the early preference on Leandri. Doesn't even have the Rylai's to get the consistent proc, but from that Giant's Belt, can't be too far away.
You can see, again, a lot of scaling here for Snake. The Lud and Zeko is here for a bit more wave clear. Last Whisper finally done for Kalista, and Flandre full tank at this stage of the game, trusting in his 2 carries like he has all season long. But IG, they're so far ahead at this stage of the game. The Baron falls down as well, and that gold lead's jumped up to about 8k.
And given the comps we discussed, unfortunately, these items are completely irrelevant for Snake. They can't force anything. Their comp was never about forcing fights. Their engage options, okay, Flandre can get the Miracle Ultimate and they can somehow wombo down Kid. Wow, that was actually pretty damn close from Kid with the speculative use of the Super Mega Death Rockets. The Ty's coming around. He's used his teleport, but Emperor's Divide, it's on point.
Yep, he's been denied there, unfortunately. Can't drag his descent over that wall, so we'll just have to stick with maybe rotating down to the bottom side instead, as Crystal will take that towards the tie-in way, but finds a Sentinel, and we'll just continue applying pressure to the bottom half.
So we'll take a red buff in this situation. IG just have all the advantages piled up. Okay, the 5th Dragon is a little bit further away, but honestly doesn't look like a necessary win condition. The tutorial victory is looking to start happening here, and all Hecarim can do here, all Flandre can do is try and get that first outer turret top and swap it for an inner turret in the bottom.
Well, the swap is indeed going to happen, maybe, as the Ty is actually going to rescue it here. Tower goes down to the bottom side, though. Kid on the Jinx with an extra BF sword especially is ripping through turrets at this stage, and Cacao just single-handedly zoning everybody off. Even if they wanted to dive, he could just Grag Assault them away.
This is Snake's last opportunity. They have teleport on Flandre. He's just porting back, looking for the home guards. Honestly, he has to respect his turret being pushed down. You thought maybe the world's best Hecarim flank teleport coming through would try and push IG away, but they're almost 10,000 gold away. They have excellent disengage. It's so hard to force things against Janna, Gragas, Cassiopeia.
I mean, it's such a weird-looking game for Snake. They didn't... I mean, we identified the potential issue with both of the team comp. You start falling behind in objectives, and all of a sudden, you run out of good options in the mid-game to try and give yourself a lead. Snake are a team that constantly team fight, even when behind, because they're so good at execution that they trust that maybe with a disadvantage, they can pull something out and keep the game going. They haven't even fancied a fight at this stage, and I guess with the comp that's presented to them, I can't really blame them.
But you look down IG's lineup, or you just think about this game, it's been 3 losing lanes and a Nunu jungle. What are they going to force? They're losing every lane. Bottom lane looked like a potential win for them, but we remarked at level 3 that was impressive that Kid had got the level advantage and pushed in the Kalista. Kept overextended, and Beast couldn't get any work done. It's not the Jarvan that he was defaulting to at the start of the season. Honestly, the Jarvan, even on this patch, might have been a little bit better in terms of, it would have been better in terms of forcing, maybe not necessarily fitting the comp. They're going to go for the engage, but I don't know how much work's going to get done.
Flandre gets both carries there, but there's no follow-up available. Pretty tanky on the horse, but damage coming in, gets stunned into the wall. Jinx doing good work, but Key gets grabbed away. Janna, though, will move in for the reset with the ulti, and nobody dead, but Key cooldowns used by both sides.
Exactly, but that's the big engage cooldown down now. Maybe you can look for the teleport to Mega Death Rocket.
Trying, but does not hit. Flandre gets back to safety with the tie. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, it's just happily pushing the turret.
Is he interested in Flandre's damage? It's got no Trinity Force there, so no.
No, I mean, the turret actually doing a lot of work, forces him back, but Kid will get the turret in the bottom side. Now going to work on this second inhibitor as a possible third could come through as well. It doesn't quite fall down. FLICKR actually keeping them at bay on the Azir for now, but IG constricting Snake to their base at this stage. They have complete control of the Rift.
That's the issue when it comes to engage, which is what Snake desperately need to do, watching their inhibitors and inhibitor turrets fall down. They've got one option. They've got the ultimate or maybe the teleport home guard coming through from FLICKR. That was burnt, so no need to respect anything coming through from Snake. They had to use the Monsoon and Gragas, you'd have to say the explosive cask, but they'll have those cooldowns available again. And the question will be, when will this game end for Snake? Because I just can't see them getting back into it.
Well, they're trying here. FLICKR with a fade, finally going to build in towards his Trinity Force, but it might be too little too late here on the build. Crystal with a BF sword going to work in for it. You have to think the Infinity Edge. Yeah, Rylo's completed there for Cassio. 4 items done there for Kid. I mean, the gold lead already at 10,000 up for IG. Snake's items, okay, they look fine, but IG have already completed their extras.
So we're moving into a pause. I was actually noting it looked like Cassio was going to take this bottom lane farm. Actually a better choice than Shyvana. If Shyvana has teleport up, send her top. Because the one thing you can say, Hecarim can't split push against the Cassio just because she has to respect the slows and the consistent damage coming through. It's got the Leandri's Torment, got the Rylai's. No flash means that you have to use the Onslaught of Shadows defensively to get away when he's overextended against a Rylai with a Cassio with Rylai's. And that situation, it blows their only engage option. So 1-3-1 is the potential here. I guess they can just look for the 5-man group. We're waiting for objectives that are easier for them to fight over, like the Dragon and Baron, which are a couple of minutes away. I'm just talking about all the things IG can do. Snake, they're just looking for a mistake, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, FLICKR hit an ulti onto 2 people, but he, isn't strong enough by himself to take somebody out of the fight like the Jinx, for example.
Who's diving with him?
Exactly, that's the other issue. I mean, no one actually in this comp, even if they were tanky enough, they're all about setting up for a flank and getting some kills and then kiting back with their disengage to try and get kills. But that's the enemy team's plan as well, and unfortunately IG got ahead in objective despite the Nunu there for Beast over on Snake's side. And again, we kind of mentioned it, the team that got ahead in objectives was probably going to run away with the game, and at this stage, about 32.5 minutes in, that's exactly what's happened.
It's exciting to me to see IG morphing into this. I mean, morph is the right word, just basically looking at an enemy team's identity and doing their game plan better. That's a crazy thing to think, but that's what IG have become.
Yeah, is the tie down the bottom. That's 5,000 health already, I believe, on the Shyvana. So lots of health buzz there coming through with now a Spirit Visage completed in there as well, working on a 5th armor item, it seems like. Possibly a Thornmail just to make Crystal's life even worse than it might already be.
Doing his best Mundo impression with lots of AoE damage, but a lot like Burning Agony and a million health coming through.
Yeah, actually a million coming in there as Crystal will clear out what waves he can here with that Hurricane. It's a little trickier, but he's still a fairly good offensive wave clearer on the Kalista. Kid now actually split pushing on the top side, but does give it up. And Snake, they're trying to force a fight, but Zatai, he's in the bottom, just causing trouble.
It's a bit depressing when you see Jinx hopelessly split from a team and no real engage options onto the 3-man mid unit. Have to respect Janna, Kragas, Cassio with disengage aplenty between the 3 of them. Jinx will keep pushing in. They'll have all their mini waves pushed in, and honestly, something has to give for Snake.
Yeah, IG just running Snake around the map at this point. They do have their inhibitors back up, so haven't lost one yet, but Kakao diving in perhaps a bit too aggressive, but fairly tanky right now on the Gragas as Zatai, even tankier there as well.
Absolutely. They're getting cute, but they can afford to with their big health bars, waiting for any sort of potential engage to come through from Snake. But I mean, you just have to feel they're going to get the minion waves in the positions they want and then force down this base.
I mean, Snake will try and settle as long as they can. They're quite good at dragging games out, but this will be a tough spot to do it from here. If they can find a good pick, again, if IG make a mistake, it's not too bad, but IG at this point not looking to make any crucial mistakes closing out the game.
And look, it's just so finicky to try to engage with Kakao or even Zatai in this situation. There's no flank wards to go for. Split pushing till that Baron or the 4th Dragon is available is the best option. They finally caused enough members to react. They take the turn, but Kid gets hooked.
Yeah, they actually do get Kid there by Ella. Depth charge onto Rookie, going to try and knock both the carries up, but no further follow-up here. Gragas and Janna have the ultis, and even the Flame Chompers causing problems as Zatai happily down the bottom doing his own thing.
But look, even if they don't have the tools, what's the point of just using an engage or then backing away? You're getting split pushed by Zatai. You already lost an objective in top, even throwing up the Azir turret for a bit more defense. But you know at some point, IG will just kite back to either Baron or Dragon.
Zatai again, still working on the inhib. This middle inhibitor getting low does fall down to Kid. Ella looking for an engage as Bucky gets chunked out. Rookie wants it so bad, but not going to quite dive in. FLICKR moving through. Beast taking a snowball in. Everybody getting knocked back, but FLICKR now separated for his team. But Crystal coming in, gets the first kill onto Kid. Flandre still chasing out Kid. He says they need to kill Rookie as well. Crystal coming back into tie, gets pushed out by Baka. Crystal trying to do the damage. Beast channels his ulti to tie, getting low there, might actually die, does get rendered and taken out. Crystal now the next target, but Rookie doing so much damage, gets snared up by the Nautilus, but does get the trade. Kakao will get chased in. It's a 5-for-2 in the end, and Snake somehow defends.
Snake finally caught onto Kid. It was poor positioning coming through from Kid. He died first, and so did IG's hopes of winning that fight, even though Rookie was putting out a lot of consistent damage. You see pings coming onto Baron. It spawns in a couple of seconds, but with no Kalista, it's going to be a slow Baron.
Yeah, no Nunu either. It's a little risky here, but Ella and Barker might just have a mission in mind here. It is back up. They are going to run towards it. Yep, they are going to start it away. This will be quite the three-man Baron.
They have Hecker and will do decent, consistent damage, but of course it's just Phage and a Sheen. They have one smite available. It's coming down fast. We don't necessarily respect all the damage coming through from Barker. They'll keep pushing it down. They should take this objective, though. The Super Mega Death Throw, good.
No, Rocket coming through. Not going to kill Ella, thankfully, as he shields himself back up. And Flandre didn't even have his smite to use, actually, and Azir will take it down.
So that's still a massive win if you pile it all together. Of course, the Baron buff minions will repel the 1-3-1 split we saw coming through from IG. IG push towards another win condition, though, with their 5th Dragon. They can't look forward. They can't afford to be a bit so lax with their positioning, you'd have to say. This far too overextended with Kid. Should always be next to Rookie with a couple of tanks in front of him. Even the explosive Cask and Janna wasn't enough disengage to stop the pick coming on to Kid. Maybe we've pronounced the death of Snake too soon. They've got finally something to show for 36 minutes of just watching IG pile on advantages.
I mean, we mentioned they wanted to go to late game and they were wonderfully good at team fighting. Starting to prove it now, perhaps a little late into the game. The gold lead's still there for Invictus Gaming, about 6,000 or 7,000 ahead, but IG are running out of good options. Both big objectives off the map there, with Baron going to Snake and IG getting their 4th Dragon. But like you said, Papa, that big 5th Dragon win condition is just around the corner.
And I guess at least at minimum, Page Time, we'll have a case study on 4 items, single target focus, no Hurricane Kalista. Has the 4 prototypical AD carry items that all the non-Triforce users strive to pick up. Can he actually start on this Kalista killing the front lines? Zatai and Kakao are hopelessly tanky, but it's just going to be interesting to watch the damage trades there.
Flandre now has his Trinity Force, so that actually might be the more significant thing, as Flandre, who went nice and slow on the build, going tanky with his Cinderhawk, now has all the options he needs. We mentioned again, Snake pushing towards the late game. Death kept done now for Baka. Nunu's even got an Aegis and starting to get tankier. I mean, realistically, he's very far behind, but Snake do have some tools now to try and fight. Is it too late, though? That's the big question.
I mean, it's worth noting also that Rookie and Kid, the 2 members that the Hecarim's going to be tending towards, don't have any defensive options. There's the Spectre's Cowl, but certainly no QSS or Banshees completed. Rookie has no defensive abilities at all coming through. They have good peel, but the Wombo engage, the Terrify dying during that CC is a possibility, if remote.
Yeah, we'll have to see Crystal start to position a bit more aggressively. Flandre happy to fight Zatai now, quite strong on the Hecarim, especially in a minion wave, but IG trying to split up Snake once again. But last time this happened, Kid got himself picked off, and Ella's been on point with the dredge lines.
Might be important, but Kid does have flash available. No heal. Probably going to have to flash at some point with all the initiation tools coming through from Snake. But things are a lot more tense than they were 5 minutes ago after that big team fight win for Snake.
It's kind of a fun thing to note as well, but Kid's safest spot is actually right in front of the dead turret there, because Nautilus can't hook through it.
That's actually a very relevant interaction in this case, although at that point, hooking onto the dead turret might actually put him in the Riptide, the depth charge range. So
and Riptide range too, hopefully.
Riptide range maybe, so there's always a lot of things to think about.
Luden's Echo Azir is making this game go Anivia level lengths, though. Is that counter pushing quite a number of super minions successfully here in IG, who really want this last inhibitor, has not been given up lightly by Snake.
Getting late enough that 6 item builds will be completed. Snake are finding a lot of CS in this situation, but honestly, pushing against Baron buff minions is always going to be difficult. Baron buff just expires, and now finally they can start to get a bit of turret damage.
Dredge line thrown out there. Almost got a pick. Turret going to be put up now as well by Barker, buying his team a little bit more time. I mean, it's actually pretty annoying. IG have to wait for their minion wave without Baron buff, and Crystal starting to hop around the other side, clearing out the minions in the mid lane.
And remember, they've got all the pressure on the map, though, so at some point they'll be able to disengage and move towards the 5th Dragon. Unless Snake look for a fight, single target damage coming down to Cal, but certainly still very tanky.
Pretty good there on the Kalista, actually. You can see the build looking good in those sort of single target situations. Flandre, though, going to get poked out a bit. Now a little bit low. Kid did not use his ultimate. It's just a rocket as Flandre going to dive straight in onto the back, trying to get Rookie out of the way. The first kill might come through. Barker moves Kakao back in, and Crystal needs to find people to auto beast. taking up so many hits though, and Baka looking low as well. Crystal needs to do more work, but a double kill through there for Jinx Cacao. Gonna make it 3. Flandre will fall as well, and it was a very strong last hurrah, but IG completely breaks Snake.
Yeah, credit to Snake. They noticed that Zatai would have to use teleport to come into the fight, so it was a 5v4 for those 3-second channels of the teleport, but it's not enough. Surrender actually comes through before they can finish the game. IG played really well. Credit to Snake. They showed that fighting spirit that they've shown all split long. But IG, they're one up and they're looking confident going into this series.
And I feel like we've said this so many times after Snake games, but if this team never fell behind in the early game, they'd be one of the world's best teams, because late game, big 5v5 fights, that's where they thrive.
And honestly, the surrender count is probably a relevant statistic. It feels like we've seen multiple games where Kalista gets rolling for Crystal and the surrender votes, the likes of Vici Gaming even surrendering at 20, 24 minutes into the game. But this Snake team, they never surrender, they never give up, especially in a situation like this where they realize the engage, it's not high for us, it's not high for them either. There was always that hope that the Wombo engage from the Hecarim could win them a fight.
There was, but a strong lead there from IG, and they pushed themselves over the edge at the very last second, but that's only one game out of 5. We have a best of 5 here tonight for the third place match, and when we return, we'll be back with Invictus Gaming versus Snake. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL playoff third place match between Snake and Invictus Gaming. IG are currently up a game in our best of 5 series. My name is Pastry Time. Joining with me is Papa Smithy, and I guess somewhat unexpectedly, IG once again adapt and just kind of take over Snake.
They adapt, they copy, and they decimate was what happened there, Pastry Time. They played very much the same game, but they tinkered their comp a little bit so they had the likes of Jinx for sieging instead of the likes of Callista, who's normally known for AoE team fighting, but Crystal himself deviating from a build that's been long established, going for the single target and not really seeing the payoff till maybe 4 items. Game was very much decided by them.
Yeah, I mean, in general, Snake just tried to play that very late here. Couldn't get a foothold in early Dragons. Traded turrets. Couldn't really get a hold on that objective either. And as we've said, when you have two very defensive, disengage-heavy comps trying to kind of outscale the other one, it's usually the one with the objective control that takes away the win.
And the MVP is honestly which of their 2 shot callers, Zatai or Kakao, called for that first dragon as being justified when they saw the 10 towards the blue buff pick up for Azir. On the other side of the map, on the blue side, picking up the blue buff cost them the first dragon, and the objective snowball from there, to be honest, seemed to be the big determiner of who won that game.
It really was, and I believe that pushes Kakao to 6-0 now on Gragas, still undefeated. Beast Nuna will chalk up another loss, which is very rare for him, his 3rd in total there. You have to think we talked about Snake getting a comp that they would honestly dream of. Maybe a little too passive in their lanes was the issue. They couldn't get anything going except from the jungle, and with Beast not held down necessarily, but at least pacified by Kakao, there was just nothing they could really do. They couldn't be proactive when they wanted to.
I guess the only way to really dissect it, because I still stand by my statement that it's a wonderful team comp for Snake, it just was undone by the lack of rotations from Beast. It felt like Beast wasn't really on top, wasn't dictating this game. Kakao was the one that was able to, Patches of course, in Beast. 2 on Nunu, and honestly Snake overpowered Jinx Janna, especially big kill in middle when the gank came through from Gragas. Excellent use of the explosive cast by Kakao that time. And with 3 losing lanes, unfortunately, there's only so much Nunu can do.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Beast is a jungler that loves to punish other junglers, and honestly, that's been Kakao's MO throughout a lot of his career as well. So we talked about the jungle matchup being important here. We'll have to see what they get, because we are into our 2nd games draft now as well. IG swapping over to the blue side. Snake going to grab the red side for themselves. Xerath, Trundle, IG's first 2 bans, and the Cassiopeia this time banned away by Snake.
Just waiting to see, is there any jungle bans? Are Gragas and Nunu both available? And does IG just snap up Gragas for that first pick? Given that performance, and honestly, the 6-0 record, Kakao has been so good at ganking with that champion, let alone disengaging in team fights. His explosive cast positioning is just that of a seasoned Gragas player, so I think you have to respect it and ban it away.
Yeah, Maokai the ban there as well, away from Flandre once again, and Snake, considering their last ban, it will be the Gragas, but instantly IG get Lulu.
And this is one champion that Zatai again has looked very impressive on. It should be no surprise to any long-time viewers of the LPL or any sort of Chinese League of Legends that Zatai, pretty damn good at playing mages, of course, was a mid lane player for IG till Rookie joined this organization right at the tail end of 2014. And so it can happily pick up the likes of Lulu. We've seen his Karthus and Fizz play be very impressive as well. But Lulu top is what we expect, but of course, one of the most flexible champions in the league. And against a team like Snake, who love to play Juggermore, build up the Draven, build up the Jinx. They play lots of Protect the Crystal comps. Taking away Lulu puts a dampener on even a lineup that looks impressive with the likes of Jinx, of Janna and Nunu in the first 2 picks.
Yeah, Snake at their honestly prime first 2 picks, you have to say, in the Janna and the Nunu. Gives basically nothing away. They're comfortable running these in a variety of different comps, but will lose the Lulu for potential super late game compositions like the Jugger, or maybe something around the Draven as well. But we'll pop back over to IG now as well. Picking up the Lulu, you have to think it's probably going over to Zatai, but as you said, very flexible there. And Rek'Sai, a champion that we haven't seen too much of. It's been a lot of Nunu Gragas recently, but Kakao in particular still loves the champion, and he will take it away here.
Now we're waiting to see if we saw the Callista takeaway, but very late change away. Callista takeaway would have basically guaranteed it wouldn't be a support Lulu just because the synergy between Lulu and Callista, especially Fates correlated, although you can see the double knock-up isn't really necessarily there. They've gone for the Nautilus, so now they're basically 100% committed to the Lulu being a top or mid lane choice. The Rek'Sai is a bit of a return to form for Kakao. Hasn't played a lot of Rek'Sai this season, but it's definitely a champion with a bit of a lower skill cap. We saw Bengi yesterday really playing that champion massively for SKT and not necessarily known for his Lee Sin mechanics. In this situation, you've got the Unburrow into the double knock-up through the use of the Lulu ultimate. So already a lot of synergy, and it's a lot of early game pressure. You have that flexible option. Do you go Warrior and start fighting, or do you go Cinderhawk and start piling on those giant spells?
We'll see here as Snake. Azir insta-locked in there for Bucket. He'll take like that once again. And Nar actually there for Flandre, so one of his more successful champions as Flandre has been one of the best looking Nars all season long. But Invictus Gaming have to round up their comp. They're looking for 2 carries, you have to think, given that they probably want a mid laner and a AD carry, of course, and they're hovering 2 very powerful picks so far. Will they take them away and go really hard into the scaling? They will. It's Cassidy and Jinx as their final 2 picks.
And this makes a bit more sense why you see the Rek'Sai. You need a bit of mid-game pressure if you're going to opt into a champion like Cassidy, who seeds a lot of lane matchups, then gets strong in the late game. You go for the early presence jungler, who has multiple different gank routes and options with the likes of the Void Rush coming through. So Cassidy, very powerful in this patch. It's 5.7, so actually, despite the fact that we saw plenty of play in 5.6, might see even more given that his ultimate timing, i.e. the time when you're punished or rewarded, depending on whether you're stacking up the Riftwalk for damage, but that timer goes from 20 seconds to 15, so you have more options to use it for just traveling rather than necessarily locking yourself out of teamfight damage.
And Snake will keep themselves in comfort as their final pick. They take the entire time to use it, but the Draven hobbled by Ella will be the pick there for Crystal, and we mentioned it before, it's another 2-threat comp with Crystal being the shining light here in it. Plenty of control with Janna, Nunu, and the Janna, and a lot of places for Crystal to go and maybe flank people with his Draven again.
So pastry time, it's time for a bit of a history lesson. These 2 teams, of course, have faced 4 times during the course of the LPL. 2 best of 2s. The first one in the first few weeks, our viewers might remember a certain highlight clip where 2 Mikaels and a Draven running wild as Crystal on Draven just ran wild, got onto the top of PTL, was very impressive on that champion. Suddenly back against IG, suddenly Draven's back, 7-2 on Draven, a very practiced Draven player. They're all about setting up Crystal to carry on this champion one more time.
Yeah, we can see Nar versus Lulu in the top side, Rek'Sai versus Nunu in the jungle. Keep an eye out on the pressure that these 2 junglers might be able to dish out. Cassidy versus Azir. I'm starting to feel like this matchup's getting more commonplace, Papa Smithy.
And look, it was always a decent matchup for Cassidy. Back in the 5.2 days when we started the LPL, Cassidy was seen as a counter to Azir. I don't feel like that's not necessarily the case, but it's a competitive lane matchup for Cassidy, and that's always a really worrying thing moving into the late game, because you can peel pretty well with the Emperor's Divide, but good luck peeling away a Cassidy even with the likes of Azir and Janna.
Yeah, late game comes around and you don't peel for this Cassidy. Maybe going to see the double Mikaels again coming through here for Snake, but they do have to protect this Draven. And Baka, again, he's a fine player, but much more of a role player. Loves to protect his carries rather than be a big carry himself necessarily.
And a few more damage threats coming through. Nar not necessarily known for big damage, but does have respectable bursts coming through with the Nar ultimate. Azir, of course, disengaged, but also damage in the mid lane. A little bit less than someone like Cassiopeia, who's commonly used in these appealing comps, but still very respectable damage coming through from Azir. And the Draven, this is the all-in option. It's not the Kog'Maw who's a bit helpless, it's the Draven. And we've seen Flash E engages coming through from Crystal on Draven. He can do miraculous things on this champion.
And the biggest thing is, if he can't kill the Cassidy, that will eventually start diving on him, because I don't think they have quite enough peel for him. He's in trouble. He has to live through all of that burst coming through. But if Snake can set up their good fights, or especially get ahead in the earlier mid-game, finally with the Nunu pick for what's feel like an age in Snake games, they'll look just fine here in the series.
They need to punish the Jinx Nautilus, you have to think, in lane. Draven Janna, not necessarily the strongest Draven lane, but it's a Draven lane. You say without fail. You don't really need a lot of analysis to say that Draven has the ability to run away with almost any lane matchup. Maybe Urgot's a bit tough, but even then the early levels, level 2 especially, you can bully around the Urgot. IG, to their credit, they've picked winning lanes to supplement the Cassidy. They've got the Lulu, who against Nar is going to be competitive, but definitely has more pushing options, has the AoE clear from level 1 rather than Nar, who actually needs to be in Mega Nar form to actually push aggressively outside of his auto attacks. They've got a strong ganking jungler. Kakao can show a lot of presence if he chooses in the early level. Level 2 for that uncleansable CC coming through, compared to Nunu, who's more of a counter ganker and again, a controller of neutrals, whether it's turrets with the Blood Boil or dragons with the Consume. Cassidy definitely going to be harassed in this lane, but it's going to go for a regen heavy start and do decent, so have decent presence. There's always the potential that Crystal makes an error on Draven and Draven falls behind, and this lane might get hairy from against the likes of Nautilus. But you have to give them it. It's Crystal on Draven. You have to think it's going to go big after what was a fairly muted performance in Game 1.
It was, but I have to say, the mid lane is interesting for me because Rookie going aggressively with his summoner spell choice. Got Ignite there against Baka's heal, so a small win there for the Cassidy.
Maybe Rookie's just looking to do his best Pawn impression. Of course, Pawn playing for EDG in his big comeback. Went for the Sheen as an early option. Didn't necessarily build into a Lich Bane. Was still going to build towards a Rod of Ages, but went for an earlier Power Spike. Had the Ignite, had the Sheen proc. The enemy champion just didn't calculate the damage and died to an all-in. So there's always the potential. He's just looking to outfox Barker in this situation and just go for surprising bursts. And if that Ignite is the difference between a kill and missing out on a kill, it could turn the whole side of this game if they're able to get Rookie winning lane against Azir.
And Rookie is just a player that loves to 1v1 people, honestly, in the mid lane. A big finesse player, great at laning, especially from the mid side. Of course, a great team fighter in his own right as well. But if he's going to pick on anyone, it would be a more passive mid laner like Barker.
Barker, very practiced on his Shurima champions. An excellent Azir player, even if he didn't get to show it necessarily in Game 1. Should have a decent laning matchup. Again, maybe Beast is the big question mark. Couldn't get it together in Game 1. Needs to step up against Kakal's Rek'Sai.
Well, we'll see what Beast can do this time around. We're about to get onto the roof for Game 2. And welcome onto the Rift here as Kid and Kitty is going to take the Krugs down on the bottom side, but we do have a slight pause here to start our game. And again, just looking down, kind of popping through the minimap just briefly while we can see champions moving around there. And it seems like, again, we'll have standard lanes. Yeah,
it does seem like they're tending towards standard lanes in the first few seconds of the game. Working out some technology kinks across the grand final tomorrow. Hopefully we're not held back by any sort of technological difficulties tomorrow. Standard lanes, you have to think bodes well for the Draven. You always expect it. Janna, honestly, waiting for Draven to hit level 2, throw on that Eye of the Storm and let him go wild with the axes.
And Crystal does love to go wild with those axes. We've seen his very aggressive Draven play before. And it's so weird to me to see Crystal play like that, but it's often been, and this was the big product of a lot of Snake's early wins. When they've gotten ahead, it's been Beast. It's been the most impressive-looking member of this team for me, and his Nunu's been legendary throughout the LPL, probably eclipsing Clearlove, honestly. He's had one hell of a season waiting in the finals tomorrow, of course, against LGD. Beast is a great player, and he looks to dictate to a lot of different teams, but Kakao definitely had his number in Game 1, so we'll see if he has a change here, now that we're back in standard lanes especially.
Honestly, these two Korean imports are really the big unexpected revelations of the 2015 LPL split. Both Beast and Ella have been so surprising despite coming from unfancied backgrounds in Big File Miracle and smaller teams rather than necessarily the superstar names like the Katie Rolls to Arrows, like current OGN champions coming into this season were Kakao and Rookie. So a lot more name value, but Beast and Ella have been very effective for Snake in getting them to second place.
Yeah, it's interesting to think that with all of the Koreans that were imported into China, the big names that are waiting tomorrow as well, Imp vs. Deft, of course, the Samsung 80 carry battle will be there in our finals. Kitties does go down towards the bottom. Crystal trying to get aggressive, but couldn't quite get the advantage despite both of them taking away an early camp.
I mean, that's the thing. They're probably top 10 players of the Korean imports this season. There was, quite a few of them. But the fact that they're up there with names, maybe ahead of people like Lupa who've struggled in this season, it's big credit to Snake and their scouting department for picking up these unfancy players that have really gelled so well to set up Snake's carries.
Yeah, and they've looked good as a team. They've kept their roster consistent. We do have another pause here as well. And that was the thing I wanted to mention coming into this series, actually, is that Snake's roster, came together late last year, I believe, just before the LPL season started, but after they'd already qualified. A new roster and have now played together for an entire split. IG have changed up so much in just one split, finally settling on this roster here, and who knows what potential changes will happen moving into the next split for this team. It took a while for IG to get settled, and Snake, they've looked great from day one as a cohesive team, which is crazy to think given the mixed languages in there as well.
I think if it was a different format in the LPL, that would be a very valid point, but you think about when Zatai stepped onto this team, about week 6 or 7 of the LPL, just before the Demacia Cup break. It was only actually in the Demacia Cup where he really decided to look to fit in and actually have champions that differed from Pokemon, their previous top laner. But the crazy thing is that since that point, he's probably already played over 20, 25 competitive games with this lineup as a top laner. And they've obviously got better and better as they're going on. You just compare that to someone like Dada, who'd never played more than a 13, 14 game season, I believe, through the OG, and it tells you there's just so many options to gel. So even though it wasn't together in week 1 or week 2 when this team got together, they're fairly practiced. You now know what to expect out of Zatai as a top laner, and that wasn't the case a month ago.
Certainly true here, but both teams have looked good, honestly, in their synergy for the most part here. When they play together, it seems like they win together as well. And Snake, that's a big question. As we do pop back into the game, can they arrest an early game this time around? And Barker, at least, getting competitive here with his Azir, trying to zone out the Kassadin early on.
I mean, honestly, the first big win condition for Snake is actually get a winning lane matchup going, whether that's a big gank coming through from Nunu or an individual outplay from Crystal. You feel like this bottom lane has a lot of pressure on it, so it might be no surprise that Kakao's already made a visit.
Yep, hook lands on there. Kakao now going to come through. Exhausted down as well. And Crystal will get knocked away. Does flash late in the very awkward pause there, but Crystal have bad news. He is already dead. Oh, no, heals are actually might be safe, but does go down for first blood, it looks like. Is again, that was quite a spot to pause in.
There's awkward pauses, and there's literally one auto and maybe a heal to save you away from dying. Didn't know if he was going to be able to use his summoners, but he's dead, and we're back in the game.
Did get first blooded. Kakao actually going to get credit for that kill here. And again, rotating down. Nice early gank there. We mentioned get a winning lane here for Snake. IG going to try and make that Draven just feel a little bit less safe there in his lane.
I mean, it's just excellent jungle pathing. Again from Kakao, the savvy decision to pick up Dragon in game 1 set up their victory. Understanding that Draven's always going to look to selfishly overextend in this lane. It's just an expectation. You thought Crystal would go off early. He did and was punished for it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He loves to be aggressive. He's the flash forward kind of AD carry, that's for sure. And punished there certainly early on here. Returns to lane with a longsword, so nothing much at all. And the Jinx, who we said, does have to navigate a lot of her early lanes towards that first BS sword before she can start getting some work done, is going to start with a nice little lead.
I think our viewers really need to go back to the VODs and watch some of those Draven games. We talk about an aggressive Draven. Everyone's played them in solo queue. Always the axes in your face. Always a pain to deal with. Literally, Crystal won a Draven game, flashing over a ridge and stand deciding 5 members, initiating with his face effectively. That is the level of aggression that Crystal will show, and that's why Kakao's savvy to be bottom and punish that rotation. But speaking of rotations, Beast going full Nunu to pick up this first dragon.
We've seen quite a few level 4 dragons from the likes of both Beast and Kakao actually on fairly similar champions, but they're going to rotate in to make sure it goes down safely. And nice use of the bottom lane back timing this time, but Snake, they'll get themselves the first dragon.
And it's very similar information that was offered to Kakao last game that got them their first dragon Snowball. Snowball begins with Snake, Snowball begins with Nunu. Somehow apt.
Always.
And the objective start, Kakao not going to find any impact there, so he's going to try and visit top lane to just get more impact in the lanes. Because in bottom lane, Draven being behind, if Draven ever has to consider whether to all in or not, that's already a problem for the Draven.
And Kakao already knows that Flandre knows where he's at because you can see him moving with the Tremor Sense. So a good ward did spot Kakao away, but they might even just stop proxying between the waves and try and fast push down a turret. As you can see, that next creep wave coming in stopped completely between those two turrets.
AoE clear coming through from the Rek'Sai Q and the Lulu Q is basically instant coming through from that Glitter Lance combo. So just trying to proxy, keep Gnar away from the minion line, keep the time when Lulu really has the ascendancy and trade advantages. And basically they have the opportunity to keep them pushed up and get vision in the bot lane as long as possible.
Crystal's 1v2 right now, by the way, just running around with Draven, spinning some axes, has caught up in CS now that Kid went for that early back, but does have a pickaxe advantage up to just the Dorans and the longsword here for Crystal. Kid does still have to be a little safe, you think, here, because Crystal can do good damage if allowed a free hit here, but Kiddies lands a hook on a Draven, and he will not survive that all in.
And look, there is some predictability to Draven's movements. Of course, picks up axes. You see that counter on the ground, so you can look for the hook. It's just difficult because Janna has disengage, and even though there's an item AD advantage, the Eye of the Storm is going to equalize any AD coming through from the pickaxe compared to the longsword. So the trades are going to be fine, and Nautilus not really relevant in trades unless they're all-in trades.
See, Kid is getting chunked now. Kid as well going to eat some axes.
Here we go.
Jeez, that damage. Crystal going in, but just fearless there. Walked in front of a Nautilus who had a hook ready and dared him to do it.
Look, Nautilus has CC, but again, it's all in trades. If he uses that hook, he doesn't have it to get away, and he will have to deal with the Draven damage, which with the Eye of the Storm is insane already. So they're just lucky that there's no BF sort of pickaxe to back it up. They're lucky that they have competitive AD, because only the poke trades are decent for the Jinx. If she gets a couple of autos, maybe the Berserker Greaves a decent pickup to get away from the standard side and get maybe the extra rocket, because the all-in trades, it's Draven. They're always in his advantage.
Yeah, important to note that Exhaust just came back up for Kiddies, and Ella did have his Ignite to Kid's heal, so perhaps a Summoner spell consideration there as well, but going to be a little less afraid now with the Exhaust back up, and Kakao, good timing, going to make his way back in here.
No flash for Crystal.
No. Very tricky for him to get out, and Kakao's wrapped all the way around Crystal. Going to have to try and run away. Good stand aside, but the Dreadline follows in. Kid comes in for the damage and gets himself a kill.
Punish 2 out of 2 times was Crystal there. They're just playing around his aggression and bot. It's predictable to some degree. Maybe he's going to have to mix it up, but then why pick Draven? That's the big issue, is that if he just is relegated to the farm game, he's not justifying the pick, and Kakao's over him like butter.
Yeah, you can see 1,000 gold up already, actually, there for IG, just given the pressure they've put down in towards the bottom lanes with those 2 kills, and Crystal already adapting, interestingly enough. We normally see Bloodthirster into Last Whisper, but he's already picked up a Bilge Water Cutlass.
Maybe that's just for some early game laning presence, because, I mean, doesn't really necessarily have a lot of synergy. Doesn't fit into his build, where Sin is Draven enough times to know it's Bloodthirster into Last Whisper, into a Trendy Force, and then maybe an Infinity Edge considered after that. Has always been about catching axes rather than buying any sort of steroid items like the Phantom Dancer or the Static Shiv. Lulu's overextended, but difficult to kill.
Key skill shot missed there by Flandre. Might flash in for the ulti though. The Dire has to be careful. Has to walk through. Great scoop back there for the time. Massive damage from the Absolute Zero and wonderfully played. Gives Nunu a kill.
And Flandre was super smart to know that the chances of actually getting the wall stun were minimal, but just opening up distance into the channel was very savvy play from Flandre. So they get the answering kill in top. One of my other worries though, Pastry Time, is that Rookie is doing more than competitive in the mid lane as Kakao made a bit of a misfire.
Yep, donated the blue over to himself. Not particularly charitable there, so Rookie will miss out on that one as Baka returns to his lane, working on his Athenes once again here. Charles plus Amptome already done to the Ruby Crystal plus that early blasting one.
Honestly, if I was Rookie, I'd say, all right, you've got the blue buff. Go get me the enemy blue buff, because he was actually winning in CS vows against Baka. Baka having to respect the fact that Kakao had been seen so present. When you see the enemy jungler affecting other lanes, you know that he's got that aggressive mindset. You have to play more defensively. But no blue buff in mid means he's going to get poked out, means that the wave clear is going to be registered here for Baka, and it keeps Rookie down.
Yep, Baka going to go ahead and take that blue buff actually as Kitties hits level 6, and now Crystal has to respect some of the damage. Depth charge already used. Crystal's forced to flush away. Kakao even riding in. Dredgeline just short there, but very close. And Kakao even ulted in to force another kill in bottom.
And the defensive flash there, I thought it was premature, but you could see they were going all in on the hook, or maybe even a turret dive coming through. They are ganking Crystal at every opportunity, and now that he doesn't have flash, once again, pressure relieved from Kid. They are not repeating the mistakes of games 1 and 2 between these two teams way ago in the split.
No, I mean, Crystal's Draven, once it gets going, is a sight to behold, but the key phrase there, get going. Crystal being held on quite well so far, despite keeping competitive in CS, but Jinx is no slouch of a late game carry either, and while Crystal might have the aggressive advantage now, do not discount Kid's mid to late game power once he gets going.
And it's worth noting, it's an emergency item build that doesn't necessarily fit into any obvious Draven items. Play the Rune King Draven doesn't necessarily strike me as a particularly scary build. He's never built attack speed, so the attack speed is going to be, I mean, obviously valuable to an extent, but it's not going to be multiplied by any crit or anything like that. And the AD scale on his Q is high. Kakao visits mid, but Baka, as has been the case this whole laning phase, is on the defensive.
Yeah, good dash away there. Actually, a bit behind in CS, but only 10 downs. Not too shabby there as Beast. Throw a snowball at Kakao. Going to clear out some vision because Dragon is back up in 15 seconds.
That's the only thing that Beast has really been able to get going is the top lane gank and this Dragon. Beast's individual performance has been just fine, but Kakao has been all over bottom lane, and the snowball and the ganks have been working effectively. So that's the reason why we see actually a Jinx winning in CS against a Draven.
The tie forced out by Flandre, interestingly enough, so has to go back. Might even get dove here by the Meganar, but not quite yet as Kakao still down the bottom side trying to get it done, but Beast in here for the counter gank, but unfortunately for him, sitting straight on top of a board.
Seeing on one, you're right. Zatai's really struggling in this matchup. Wasn't expecting that, but there was always going to be a tipping item point, and it seems like Hexdrink is just enough to really disregard the magic damage and stand up to trades from the Lulu.
I mean, he wants to keep him there if he can, because Dragon, I think, is what Snake's looking for next year. It's a little bit tenuous to try and take it now, given how much strength Kakao has shown in the bottom side of the map, and as a result, he'll give it up a Crystal. Going to get hooked up. He has to stand and fight now, going in onto Kid, but can't find enough. Jana will just peel away on Crystal. Safe for now, going to lifesteal up very healthily.
Honestly, Kid's mechanics let him down that situation in the mid.
Kakao in trouble. Baka launches him back into the turret, but an attempted gank goes a little awry, but Baka, no hope of a kill there.
Just returning to Kid, actually stayed in rocket form too long, would have got 3-4 more autos, then cancelled his first machine gun auto. Just wasn't able to do realistic trade damage in that situation. Although they didn't use the depth charge, it was a trade that should have opened up a effective health advantage between the carries.
Yeah, Beast on top of a ward now as well. Once again, tries to come to the bottom lane, sneak his way in, and is getting spotted here. So Kid and Kitties will play nice and defensively. Kakao in the area as well. They want to opt in for a counter gank. And Kitties with the shield on there, pretty tanky here. Crystal trying to poke in, bait them into a fight, but they already know Beast is waiting down there.
Rek'Sai can just go back. Already had the Cinderhawk complete, so it's definitely going to be the health stacking coming through from the Rek'Sai. Not necessarily going to go for the Warrior enchant. Probably scales into late game better when you're going to be more of a utility tank, even if you do have the extra AD and armor pen from the Warrior. So fits the build, and of course you still have excellent clear thanks to the Cinderhawk.
Yeah, that ward's dropped now as well on the bottom side, so might be a bit more on the defensive now while IG's duo, given that they don't know that that's going on. But Crystal will get depth charge up. Ella will also get hooked away. Crystal has to dodge this hook, but the Riptide's going to come in. Ella doesn't quite body block, but a great ulti away, but the flash hook will come in. Crystal going to get snared up again. Kakal's joining in. Ulti just wide. Rookie's here as well. Crystal goes down to Kakao, but Flandre might be able to make the difference. Goes in, almost Mega Nut going in. Massive 4-man ulti. Walks him in under the turret as well. The Hexdrinker procs, the Wild grows down, and it's not quite enough for Snake as Rookie going to look to dive in again, but 2-0 IG.
With the teleport flank coming through, I thought it would go bad, but Barker did not rotate. Of course, hard to match a Kassadin when it comes to rotating, but the result was 2 free kills coming through from IG, and this should be the answering dragon.
Yep, that dragon is watered there by Snakes, although have a timer, but no hope of Beast getting in range to steal it. Draven ulti is coming down. They're going to try and take it, but a little too optimistic on that one. IG will back off it, and Kakao makes sure he gets away and smites it.
Honestly, the communication has to be another question mark for Snake. You saw the teleport being channeled by Flandre. Needed to communicate with Barker and understand that there was no point contesting, was only ever going to give an extra kill because Azir just wasn't in the area.
Beast there going to get spotted out by a Prey Seeker, but just walking into the jungle, trying to get some wards down. No Sightstone, interestingly, yet for Beast. Actually just has some consumable standard wards being picked up here, but trying to get some vision. Now we'll collapse the tunnel and take away the Raptor, but Blue Buff should go over to Rookie this time around, unless Kakao fancies himself another one.
I really like the build coming through. I mentioned the boots too coming through from Jinx. Kid has finished the Berserker Greaves. It's always been a pretty standard thing on Jinx because the movement speed and attack speed interacts really well with orb walking around your rocket form. But in this situation, just means that even if he takes a couple of axes from Crystal, you do get a bit of trade damage with your effective range advantage with the Draven, just to ensure that trades aren't landslide at the advantage of the all-in trade specialist Draven.
And you can see Kid and Kitty's doing just fine here, up slightly in CS after taking away the Krugs, but keeping up very nicely as Draven has actually completed a Blade of the Ruin King. So I have to assume pretty scared of Kakao and Rookie diving in. We talked about him needing some self-peel here against the big divers from IG, and that's at least what this build gives him.
It's just such an emergency build. It doesn't really interact with any of his spells. He already has a Janna and a Nunu for team fights. It feels like, honestly, he was forced into the build wall and just had nowhere to go to have any effective items early.
Well, going to be okay right now as Kakao and Barker will have a duel in the mid lane. 2-level advantage here for Barker, but Kakao just running into him. That might force the ulti out. Heal is back as well. Barker trying the 1v1. B's going to come in as well. Empress of Eye will push Kakao away, but now it's a little too hard for them to go back in. A soldier will come down. Kakao, no flash, actually might be a little too far forward, and Barker pokes one over the wall and takes him out.
It felt like Kakao was just too greedy to try to draw out the Emperor's Divide. Kept following and multiple members rotated, so punished for his over-aggression there with Kakao. Honestly, his first poor rotation probably in the first 2 games.
He gets himself killed as a result as Flandre starting to bully Zatai quite a bit now in Mininar form in particular. And see Kakao there, pretty steely faced after that mistake. He probably knows it was a bridge too far.
It'd be interesting to see how IG are going to play around this Lulu versus Nah matchup, because it was always going to get better and better for Nah, and Lulu was just going to have to build for team fights, build up that early 40% CDR, build up a bit of AP, and then start rotating. Of course, Lulu's going to be so much more effective in team fight situations than she is in terms of a tank fight with Nah in the top lane. So I feel like we're just waiting for that teleport to come out, but they got an unanswered dragon, so unfortunately for Zatai's perspective, just has to sit in lane and keep clearing waves.
Yeah, has his CDR now though, with the boots and the Morellonomicon completed. Probably move into a Death Cap as his second item. Rookie, Rod of Vader's done plus a Phoenix Codex, and you can tell 10 CS ahead already, starting to keep Barker back deep towards his turret. Very safe there, very passive in the lane.
It'd be interesting to see if the Blade active, just the lifesteal coming through from that component, is enough to keep Crystal from what is going to be at some point a Rod of Ages, Athene's Unholy Grail, Zhonya's Cassin. That's just what we expect coming through from that champion. It's a smart rotation. Rookie, though, goes super aggressive.
Great rotation. Rookie, yeah, far too deep. Hashtag has to back away there. Beast will flash in after him. Now Kakao, maybe the next target is Kitties. Will maybe have caught out Beast here. No flash for Nunu means he has to run away, but there's a Sun Turret protecting them as well, and Beast will just walk casually out.
It's the happiest trade of your life, trading a jungler's flash for the Castans of all things. Suddenly, Crystal's life is that much safer. He had to deal with Kakao opening up pressure on bottom, forcing his summoners, killing him multiple times. Finally gets an assist from his own jungler, as no flash on Cassin will be relevant in the next fight.
You can look at the gold lead now, actually, with a tower taken out. That tower, taken out in the mid lane. Only 1,000 up here for IG. Will make it about 2,000 up now, as they do take the bottom turret away from themselves for their first. But pretty even here in kills, very even in Dragons, and the towers bit equalized as well. Means for all the advantage that IG have started to build up, it's actually not that big of a lead so far.
It is really difficult to kind of put a value on how important it is that Jinx is 1,000 gold ahead of Draven. You might think, okay, he's 1,000 gold ahead, that's the value. But the big consideration here is that Draven should win this lane in a landslide fashion. He should be dominating. He should be items ahead. He should be cashing in his stacks and picking up more and more gold. Being behind or worse for Draven is a big situation here. He's not building up the items to deal. He's been forced into an emergency build as well. This Draven is going to take a lot longer into the game to be the Draven we expected in previous series, and he's against the likes of Kassadin, who can really dive this backline.
Yeah, you can see Rookie starting to split push now on the Kassadin. Smart stuff here is Crystal picking up stack after stack there, but Jinx, Infinity Edge done now as well for the tie. We've got a blasting one now into Ty's inventory as well. Things certainly stacking up here for the members of IG, and with Dragon back up in a minute 10, we're going to try and break that even 1-1 then, so you can get their second Dragon moving into the very important third.
Yeah, you mentioned the Rod of Ages. That's a stacking item. That's more power a bit later. The fact that Jinx could go a snowball Avarice Blade, not an emergency Avarice Blade in a Draven lane, this lets you know that this game, they're happy for this game to go on. They're happy for things to scale up because Jinx will always have a natural advantage in teamfights. She's so much more maneuverable, assuming that first kill comes through and she gets excited, than the Draven who has the much more linear playstyle. BF Sword now completed. Still not getting towards the Trinity Force, the Bloodthirster, the Last Whisper, though. That really is demanded for Crystal to start getting on full carry pants.
Yeah, BF Sword's nice here. Will certainly help in the next big fight coming through here in about 30 seconds' time. Flunger with a Randuin's actually means he's quite tanky and will be very influential in that next fight as well. Even a need to see large rod done for Baka means he wants power right now. And I think Snake realized the pressure that they're putting on themselves trying to contest for this next Dragon.
Stacking's already well underway. Maybe 6 stacks on the Rod of Ages, maybe 7 just pinged over now. So 3 minutes away, 22 minutes when we're expecting to see the 10-stack Rod of Ages. Working towards the Athenes, as you can tell. 40% CDR will be completed between that and the CDR boots. Snake are just waiting and looking to opt into this next Dragon fight. We look at the vision, honestly, it's pretty neutral.
And to give you an idea of how important this fight is to Snake, Flandre, who's now teleporting, didn't last hit minions because he didn't want to go into Mega Gnar form, but he's coming in now. He's going to try and zone them away, and Snake, they're on top of the Dragon here. Where's Flandre? There he is, Mini Gnar form, almost ready for the transform. Dragon goes away, and Flandre still threatening with the ulti.
Yeah, with no vision in the area, they did not look to commit. Kiddies might be caught.
Okay, Dredge lands to a bit strength. Oh, Flandre tries to flash him in, gets a slow though with the boulder toss, but Rookie coming around as well. The standard side moves in. Tornado one to Kiddies. They might be able to kill him. Beast channels the ultimate, but Rookie looking for the flank, goes in, but the Monsoon will disengage, and Baka keeping them all out there. 1v4, but Ella now getting chased down. Bucky gets the first kill. Crystal still alive. His Kid's now completely out of position. Cacao gets flashed on and dies. Kid eats a snowball to the face and gets knocked up by a Nado. That will go over to Gnar actually. And Snake, they get the Dragon and 3 kills for it.
Your Kid made a huge mistake in that situation. Flashed aggressively after Ella to get the first kill. Get excited. Didn't get it. The shield was off cooldown and just was caught with her pants down in the front of the fight, just killed by Nunu. Once she falls down, only so much Rookie can do before those big items are completed. IG did not need to fight in that situation. Their item builds didn't dictate a fight. They're scaling up. Wait for that scaling, then commit to a fight. And now suddenly, Crystal cashes in, Crystal gets a kill credit, and he's just going to get stronger as this game goes on.
Yeah, right back to where he wants to be here. Or maybe not quite as far as we can see. That gold lead pretty much equalized now between the two AD carries. So impressive stuff there as Flandre going to go back, and certainly a slip there for IG to not have vision around the area of the Dragon, but they showed so much respect to Flandre's Mega Gnar there.
It's just a really big cash in to equalize that goal. Remember, 1,000 gold behind just a moment ago, completely equalized just from cashing. Now has a Bloodthirster. One thing you can say about these two items, there is certain synergy when it comes to lifesteal. We're talking 35% lifesteal. Got to kill that guy fast or he'll lifesteal right back up.
Yeah, Flandre running in, but Zatai whimsies himself to safety, so we'll be okay there now. And thinking about Draven's build a bit, certainly understand that Bilgewater definitely felt like an emergency purchase, but this build feels very intentional for Crystal, and I think with all the divers, Rek'Sai Kassadin in particular, I can understand why he's going for such heavy lifesteal in this build.
That's what I was mentioning. With 35% lifesteal, you don't kill him instantly. He gets a second wind. You know, he gets the Janna shield, and he's effectively healing huge amounts. Of course, the Welding Axis procs lifesteal, so you're already doing such an amount of AD that you will be able to lifesteal up. You definitely need to go for the burst trades, which Kassadin does specialize in, but we're talking about 6-item level 16 Kassadin, more than the Kassadin now that'll maybe chunk out 40% of his health on a fairly short cooldown, but that's time between spell rotations for Draven to heal up.
And you can see Ella prioritizing the Mikhails there as well, so clearly knows who he needs to protect. As almost always, it is Crystal once again, but good rotation here for IG, gonna get the hook on a Baka. Rookie diving in, but goes way too far, but Kid will still get the kill, and a very creative ultimate by Azir, but not enough to keep him alive.
So we're waiting for Surfing Kassadin, apparently. He found a big wave coming through from the Emperor's Divide Road to the back, but thankfully, from a rookie perspective, wasn't punished.
Flandre trying to come down, and Snake are doing everything they can to wave clear away, but without Nazir, especially one that's can set up here, it's just some Janna tornadoes and a couple of auto attacks from Draven to keep them away. And you can see Ella getting chunked up by Rookie as Crystal eats a hook there. Rookie dives in, but Beast channels the ulti. Crystal life stealing, but it's not enough, and Ella going to get knocked up there as well as Cacao comes in. Rookie finds himself the doubles. The tie pops, the wild growth is Cacao will dive in. Flandre, he's here as Meganar, but it's not going to last too much longer. Tower will go down. Rookie going to dive in once again. Flandre going to eat some rockets here and look to go down as the hook lands in. Kid with that next kill, and it's 3-0 this time to IG.
Honestly, it's really poor positioning from Crystal. A second game in a row getting caught out by the Nautilus hook. Had to respect that CC. You saw, even with all the lifesteal in the world, Kids free hitting the Draven of all people in the front line. Okay, was in rocket form, wasn't quite minigun, but was doing massive amounts of damage. And you can have as much lifesteal as you want when you're taking 3-4 members aggro.
Yeah, no Mikhail's there for Ella, so maybe not communicated there, but a bad situation for the Draven, and a fourth turret now being completed for IG. So 3 Adults down, plus the tier 2 in the mid lane, and 2 on down in Dragons, but we do have one coming back in a minute 55 as Snake trying to answer back onto Rookie, but Cassidy fairly tricky to pin down.
So we saw that previous fight that Jinx was involved in where she died early, she couldn't get the reset. Honestly, pastry time, that's not really a concern now when you have Infinity Edge, Static Shift, and a Snowball Last Whisper. Suddenly Jinx is super, super strong, and look, Beast is pretty tanky but has no armor. Okay, still relatively tanky, but the first kill, getting excited, is the core tenet to IG winning a fight, because suddenly then the AD carry has huge mobility with Get Excited. Caston already has crazy mobility, and they have the utility coming through from the likes of Whimsy. The first kill is so much easier when the holy triumvirate of AD carry items is already complete at 24 minutes.
Yeah, and maybe that added insult to injury there. Zatai has completed his rabbit on Zera as well, so good to go as far as mid-game Lulu items go, and IG are going to posture quite aggressively around that Baron. We'll just clear out some wards, but now Snake with that third dragon, 4th overall looming as well. They have an extra objective to worry about as well.
Exactly, but not the dragons, of course. Only 1 to 2 in terms of dragons at this point. So the dragon pressure's not on them like it was in the previous series. Split pushes between the top laners, both of them having teleport in a second or so as the tie will get us through. IG still can't be too confident. There's still the theoretical massive Emperor's Divide, and Draven has enough lifesteal to shrug off a single diver's damage. He just can't afford to be hooked in. That's the big thing here. Keep the positioning in the backline, please, Crystal.
Yeah, I mean, Draven, it feels like oddly short range for a 550 range AD carry just because of how aggressively you want to be moving and catching your axes. I think, as Crystal's demonstrated, you often want to be moving forward, but we can see Zatai pushing in. Baka will clear him out, actually puts him straight back into the turret, and Zatai with his ult, he might have to use it. Baka's doing good damage now with that Stinger, and he'll keep chasing through, but Dragon looking to go over to IG as Baka's still chasing in, and Zatai gets himself away, but crucially IG are going to equalize the Dragons as well.
Yeah, the soldiers are just too far behind. Felt like when you have the ball behind you as Orianna and watch them slowly move forward. So no kill pressure, does get the ultimate out, but doesn't actually even get the flash from Zatai in this situation. That ult, 40% CDR, is on a super short cooldown.
He's going to have to walk his way back down, and no Dragon picked up. My mistake was actually spawning there as IG at least got to clear up vision in the area, but we'll have a full-on 5v5 for this, you have to think. Rookie pushing down the bottom. That's going to leave Flandre there to try and push it out, and he'll build up a bit more rage. He's ready now, actually, to transform into Meganar. Has good rage management there, and Snake, they're going to get on top of the Dragon.
First poke did half of Ella's health just coming through from the zap. Snake have to fight this smart. There is a team fight in this situation, they win, but it's so hard to execute.
Rookie does get poked away, but it's a good pincer here from IG. You have to think as Flandre going to go into the Meganar fall now, looking to zone them out. Snake on top of the Dragon. They'll try and take it away. Beast is on Nunu. They're going to be too bad. Flandre, big ulti there onto 3 people, but Rek'Sai takes away the Dragon. Flandre going to get too low, but Beast going to turn to the ulti. Rookie gets kicked out there by the Monsoon, but the damage is too high right now, and Crystal chasing away the Cassidy and can't keep going, and Kid going nuts. They get the double, maybe make it a triple. I think that's a quadra. Can he get the pentakill? We'll have to wait to see if it registered. There's 4. Kid going to go in, make it 5. Kid gets a pentakill.
Pentakill for Kid. He just got able to go through. Of course, the first kill took so long because the flank was coming through from Rookie. But once that came through, he started licking his lips. Pentakill to put the accent on what is looking like a second victory for IG.
Looking very good there. Even equalize the Dragons again as Snake just can't find a foothold in this game. Straight to the Baron for Invictus Gaming as well. And again, what was it? Kind of a back and forth game with IG getting small leads here, and they're building up the gold about 3,000-4,000 gold ahead. All of a sudden, catapulted up to about 7k ahead. Gonna be more when the Baron goes down as well. And one last shot might be coming through for IG as Snake have to defend so hard.
And after a pentacle, you might be forgiven thinking, okay, this is the kid hard carry, but it's all about Kakao equalizing what is super tough bottom lane matchup against the Draven Janna. So many visits to bot. Every time Crystal thought, okay, he was just here, I can overextend for damage finally, get that lane control I need. He was punished multiple times, although we're going to see the replay of the pentakill coming through. Kid's actually womboed, but there's just not any other dive damage to come through. At this point, the fight's looking okay, but the burst comes through. FLICKR takes so much damage with the last whisper completed, and as the fight continues into minigun form, so much better switching between the rocket launcher and minigun. Barker gets taken down. We're wondering, where is that fifth member? Nunu trying to sneakily recall. Zaps enough, and that's pentakill for Kid.
I have to say, big credit to Kid there for using his ultimate very intelligently. Basically assassinated FLICKR with it after he dove in, and that was the reset he needed to just take the rest of the fight.
It's one of the few times I wish we could see the kill credit score just to see how much damage that super mega death rocket did, because FLICKR had a lot of health. But with the missing health damage coming through from that item, with the 4 items coming through now, of course, with the extra BF sword working towards, you can only assume is the QSS item coming through here. You just have to feel like Jinx at this point is just God mode when it comes to damage.
There's the Ty even pressuring as well. The Baron Cannon helping him out quite a bit here as he just pokes him with a Sheen now, going for the aggressive Lulu option over Lich Bane third. Given the pace of the game, can't really blame him. Looking down as well. Rookie's now building up towards the Zhonya's, but does have his Rod of Ages fully stacked and an Athene's. FLICKR will try and zone Zatai out, but 2 levels down still actually in Zatai. Fancies himself a fight, although FLICKR does want to make it a 1v1. Looked for the wall up and misses, and Zatai too sneaky there with 40% CDR.
And there's nothing 1v1 about a Baron buff minion wave coming to your aid. The trade damage already going to be decent from Lulu. Can open up a gap when he's in Mega Gnar form and just poke as we're waiting to see if they can actually break the base. Because although they've piled on advantages, breaking the base against all the wave clear from the likes of Barker is difficult.
Yeah, you can see Barker clearing out waves en masse there with Crystal, poking in axes where he can. Tier 2 in the bottom side will go down here to Rookie. It's quite tricky for Snake to rotate down. In fact, IG are already here. Make sure the turret goes down, and a 1-3-1 actually is the pressure option here for Invictus Gaming. Going to see which turret they can break first.
It's actually a smart move from IG because, of course, with the Sand Soldiers, you can open up 3 Sand Soldiers in the area under a turret, and it's just impossible to push through them. That's the team fight the Snake are looking for, even with the 12k disadvantage. FLICKR doing good work up top, pushes out the Lulu, but you have to think the teleport will come in soon. It doesn't have it up, but the rotation top, very quick as Lulu.
Yeah, actually going on to FLICKR here. Kid is going to find the grab. Zap will go short as a result here. They can't quite get in. Pretty tanky still, even in mini-Gnar form, building in towards a Warmong's. Zatai, though, will go back. They actually traded ultimates in the top, but Zatai with his CDR will beat him to the punch as far as cooldowns going. Again, IG playing patiently, but at this point, that's all they're required to do.
The Lich Bane completed from Lulu, you might think is just for the single target damage onto the likes of Crystal, but honestly, with the 1-3-1 we're talking about, excellent turret pressure now coming through from the Lulu with the AP stacking, and now the Lich Bane expecting her to be chunking out the turret when she finally manages to push it against FLICKR. We have to remember, only has ranged wave clear in Mega Gnar form.
10,000 gold down to our Snake, and Baron buff has dropped, I believe, so no advantage there for IG, but Dragon coming back, that'll be a third for either team if they can pick it up, and Snake pretty anchored to their base at this point, although a Sun Turret does come down to give them a bit more wiggle room in the mid lane. Going to be tricky here for Snake to get out of their base, and IG can just slowly play around objectives. Although Crystal has found Rookie, or maybe Rookie's found him. Zhonya's out there as well. Nautilus coming through, and Draven, nowhere good to go, gives Rookie a kill.
And the big issue with this build is, although the double lifesteal was looking apt given how much diving was happening, suddenly you have no steroids whatsoever, not even a Trinity Force at this point to justify the juggling of axes. Decent AD scaling coming through from the Bloodthirster, but this is a super low damage, non-snowball Draven build coming through, which is usually an indicator that the Draven's going to be relatively useless in a fight.
I mean, it's another late game build for Crystal, you have to think. Much more focused on getting through the early mid game, which is top with all the divers, and just getting to the late game stage where he's always shown he can be strong.
The only way I can justify it is that he had the longsword, of course, purchased before his first death, had a second death, realized the only way he could get any sort of effective item lead was with the Bilgewater, was priced into that build just with the item purchase he had. But honestly, it's thrown his build off so far that maybe just getting that Vamp Scepter and sitting on, just getting an extra longsword and not finishing the Bilgewater would have just had the psychological effect of opening up other build paths. Because all he's managed to do this game is put himself in a situation where he's not even the late game Draven his team needs, unless he gets, what, 2 more? It feels like he needs 2 more items to really justify this build path.
Yeah, same situation as last game. Snake trying to hold on and defend with the late game team fights, although FLICKR doing a good job getting Zatai out. Kid and Kitties finally find some free time in the bottom side of the map, and that's a dead inhibitor turret.
Absolutely, there was no wave clear there. Azir was at the top side of the map. He's the only one with AoE wave clear coming through from IG, apart from Mega Knight in Mega Knight form coming through for FLICKR, so just able to push down the turret, get Azir top, push down bottom. Very simple strategy, but well executed by IG.
Good stuff here as the Dragon is available, but IG not particularly interested right now. Want to actually take some fights instead. Ella going to get hooked up. That Rocket just gets the kill for Kid. Beast going to look to go down here as well. So Zap doesn't snipe him because Rookie is taking it instead. And IG, 2 free kills, going to take the bottom inhibitor.
That super mega death rocket did over half the health of Janna. Okay, Janna not the tankiest of champions, but that's just a deceptive amount of damage. Shows how far Snowballed Kid is. This mid turret's going to come down soon, and you have to think shortly the game for Snake.
Yeah, 4 damage items done for Snake. Second inhib's going to fall as well. Rookie going in deep there onto Baka. Wild growth there from the tie, and Snake already tapped the mat. Another surrender as IG were all but winning there in the inevitable last push, and Crystal takes a big, deep breath there. That's 2 games in a row. He's not been able to find a foothold, and Snake now find themselves down 0-2 in the best of 5.
And Crystal, the equal MVP leader, up there with Def, only a couple points behind. Looked for a big performance in his last best of 5 of the season, and honestly has been punished 2 games in a row. Lots of credit early game to Kakao for such smart jungle pathing. Playing Rek'Sai like you can play, so aggressive. He just using that tunnel behind the turret, getting the picks onto Draven when he was overextending for damage, being there multiple times, setting up Kid to have a majestic performance, pentakill coming through on the Jinx, and between Jinx getting that first kill, which was so easy when she had 3-4 AD items, and Cassidy hitting level 16, nothing you can do with Snake.
And credit to the IG carries. Both Cassidy and the Jinx there for Rookie and Kid look great. But I agree with you. Credit to Kakao, who once again held Beast on his Nunu for a second time. Just completely down in the jungle.
I think we actually have a replay. There's going to be plenty of them coming through this game. There's lots of highlights coming through, but it must be pentakill coming
It
time,
is.
I think, pastry time. So Snake, they started onto this Dragon. Crucially, look down the cooldowns. Emperor's Divide is not available, and you have to remember that Crystal at this point was a stacking lifesteal. He's not going to have a lot of consistent damage. So we'll roll the tape here. And we're waiting for... And the first kill takes a deceptively long time to come. It's an excellent engage from FLICKR with the flash now against the wall, but no other follow-up damage. FLICKR's falling low. The slow comes through, but that damage was crazy to the Nah. Already had 3 items, and then from this fight could get into minigun form. Crystal for a bit there was standing toe-to-toe. He was doing a lot of... getting a lot of lifesteal, but of course multiple members were able to turn. Kid, he found Nunu trying to be very sneaky, to backing in the turret, backing in the grass, and that was the pentakill coming through for Jinx.
Yeah, Beast tried to deny the penta, but unsuccessful there in that adventure.
Unsuccessful in that adventure, and that's a nice exclamation point as what is looking like a comfortable series for IG. But if we learned anything from LCK action yesterday, Pastry Time, this series isn't over until it's over.
Yeah, it isn't indeed, and we are going to go into a quick break, but when we return for Game 3, can Snake keep their dreams alive with a 3rd place match, or are IG going to get the sweep? We'll find out soon as Game 3 between Snake and IG will be here. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Playoffs third place match between Invictus Gaming and Snake. IG currently up 2-0 on what looks like Papa to be a very struggling Snake here in this best of 5.
It's been a really consistent performance by IG, and Snake have struggled, as you mentioned. Beast in particular made some good rotations at the start of that game, but was definitely being out-jungled by Cacao, who had his Gragas 6-0 now, banned away from him. So that was Snake that kind of blinked first and banned away the jungler. In this case, he got onto his Nunu, did Barker. Sorry, did Cacao. Sorry, did Beast. Jesus.
There we go.
All over the way, but got it Beast. But Cacao, I mean, the pathing from the Rex side, he adjusted to having that even higher pressure ganking jungler in the early game and just really just did a number on Crystal. On that Draven, couldn't overextend for damage, was punished every time he did, and it was Kid with the big pentakill that paid off all the hard work of the early rotations from Cacao.
And for once, Rookie having a much quieter game. It really was Cacao just this time, almost on his own, picking the team up and them again snowballing away a lead. Snake, much more signs of life, you have to say, getting the first dragon, being competitive around those objectives. But when Crystal's held down, especially Snake, know almost nothing else but how to play around him. And Baka, a fine player, but very passive. Not a big playmaker for his team. That's all on Crystal as far as big carry performances go.
I think it says a lot about the other lanes. Barker in particular doesn't manage to really gain a lot of lane pressure. He's more of a passive lane farmer, so players can play around him in the mid lane. FLICKR can be excellent for drawing pressure. We remember his first game in the LPL on Aurelia, where he really made things happen in his lane that rotated to others. But what can you really do against a Lulu who's always going to be the favored person in the top lane? He's going to happily push out waves and force you to react on a champion that doesn't have anywhere near the same wave clear as Lulu. So with 2 winning lanes, Cacao could just camp bottom, set that into a winning lane as well. On 3 winning lanes, what's a Nunu to do?
Yeah, Nunu unfortunately struggling there as we are back into our third game draft with what could be our last game of the evening. Snake on the blue side, IG over on the red. And the bans are done here. Snake banning Cassiopeia, LeBlanc, and Gragas for themselves. So 2 bans against Rookie, and Xerath, Maokai, and Lulu banned by IG gives Snake a pretty quick pick of Sejuani.
And that's the engage button. So finally something different from Beast in particular. Has the much more engage-focused jungler, although you see that and you think, okay, what fighters can I choose? Maybe I go back to the Lee Sin that we've already seen 11 times this season from Cacao. Maybe you just continue on the likes of Rek'Sai and just really try and get in the face of Sejuani and ensure that she doesn't get an uninterrupted jungle path into her level 6 power spike, which is so fierce in this rift.
Curious to see what IG want to take away. You can see the Azir hover will be a good takeaway from Baka. That's all he's played so far, and in fact, it's 2 very Snake-looking champions, honestly, here as the first 2 picks. Janna and Azir, both taken by Invictus Gaming.
I guess the big question is, what does Baka have to actually deal with the Azir? Will he go passive himself with the likes of the Xerath for the return of everyone's favorite 5.2 matchup? No, of course, Xerath has hit the ban list here. So Azir, without Xerath open, I have to think the only champion that really makes some semblance of sense is the Vladimir that's actually shown quite a bit of proficiency on. It's not an ideal laning matchup, but you get that Revolver with a modicum of harass, and you just evolve into a bit of split farming with the Azir.
I feel like we say that about every single Vladimir lane. It's not very good, and then you kind of get to level 9 and get your Revolver, and everything's just fine again.
It sounds like either Aurelia or Vladimir, just to fill in the lane, fill in the time, around level 9 and a certain item, and things get better. That's just the reality of those champions. Not sure what it says about the balance, but regardless, things get better for Vladimir as the game goes on.
I like these picks a lot from Snake, though. Tristana Nami actually going for a bit of a different hyper carry. Crystal, once upon a time, was the Tristana player in China.
And look, if there's a lucky charm that's actually stood around for Snake, it's ironically one of the kind of slept-on ones in Nami. 3-0 on Nami is Ella probably only picking it up when Janna's hit the ban list and going for your secondary Disengage champion. Disengage is still the story, but the reworked Tristana is the big factor. 5-1 is Crystal and Tristana, but we're talking about old Tristana before the rework came through. This is patch 5.7, where 2 tiers of buffs have come towards the Tristana, basically completely incentivizing using the explosive charge on an enemy champion and this auto-attacking it down with rapid fire. Both those abilities scale with cooldown reduction based on using rapid fire aggressively against the champion who's marked with the explosive charge. So in terms of single target burst, I feel like Tristan is very good against champions like Kalista. Anyone who wants to stand up and then use an auto-attack modifier, whether it's the Twitch Expunge, whether it's Kalista with her Ren stacks, you cannot deal with the burst damage of Tristana in lane.
No, and RG have gone for Jinx Nunu instead, so a very EDG Snake-esque type of pairing there. But Flandre's Trundle was not banned away. It's actually their pick there, and Barker, with his ear banned away, goes to Orianna as his pick here.
This is a champion we expected Barker to play. Of course, it fits his playstyle as more of a wave clear player, but I don't know if he's actually played Orianna or Split.
Jeez.
It's a very intense engage option. Speaking of intense lock-ins, that's a Kayle.
The level of all-in is very high as the tie will take away Kayle as his top lane pick here. And you can just look down the lineup there and see the synergy for Invictus Gaming. Kid might be lining up for another pentakill.
I'm really interested to see how this Kayle pulls out. You have to think the Kayle versus Trundle matchup is reminiscent of another matchup that Kayle really dominated. Of course, Kayle versus Singed was long seen the hard counter to Singed. Any fiercely melee champion has to deal with the Q and then just the auto attacks coming through from Kayle, and just doesn't really have a lot of ways to deal with it, just because, again, the sheer slow coming through from the Q means it's very hard to trade damage. But this is a tie on another champion he's played in the mid lane. He's shown us the Karth, he's shown us the Fizz. Now it's Kayle top.
Yeah, Sejuani Nunu there, of course. The jungle matchup. Cacao. We'll see if he can hold down Beast once again. Orianna here for Barker again seems to fit his playstyle, but does not have very many plays on the champion up against Rookie Azir.
This is such an interesting coming through from IG, because just let's look on a simple level. They have Nunu Azir, which has already got excellent synergy, of course, between the two. Nunu Jinx, that's an excellent turret-pushing duo. Nunu Kale's no slouch either. Even if one person's picked off, they have so many different Blood Boil targets, and now they have literally a 4-man support comp for the Jinx. They've got the Kayle ultimate. They've got Nunu and all his space control. Azir's got the Emperor's Divide, and then Janna's the Queen of Disengage. Good luck killing Kid. Already got a pentakill, so definitely got his Jinx mechanics going. It's all about Kid again.
Yeah, we'll say Kid can get it done. Mate, is another pentakill coming? We'll find out shortly as we get onto the Rift. Onto the Rift here for Snake versus Invictus Gaming. Snake currently down 0-2 here as they're trying to fight back and see if they can find themselves at least forcing a 4th game here. But Invictus Gaming looking to sweep the LPL playoffs 3rd place match here and collect a bit of extra money and precious circuit points as well. Not circus points.
No circus points involved, although Trundle, he's the big trump card here for a Snake. He's the champion who's been significantly banned away in multiple series from Flandre. We've seen Flandre basically solo win games, split pushing with 40% CDR and the likes of a Tiamat into a Ravenous Hydra, and just disregarding tanks and pushing in objectives. Hard to disregard the damage from a KO, who of course shreds your armor and magic resist with her passive.
Yeah, 5-man invade though coming through for Snake, wanting to get some early vision down. Quite possibly wants to swap Crystal out of the lane matchup here, but we are going to at least see the Jinx there for Snake, and it might be more than that. They might even be looking to take away buffs, but vision goes down, and we'll see what else they want to do.
I'd actually be surprised if Snake were looking for a lane swap. I actually expect a 2v2 coming in, just because Tristana and Nami has to be a more aggressive lane up than Jinx and Janna. Of course, Janna's always going to be a purely disengaged support. Nami does actually have some tools to open up quite aggressive laning phases. It's one of the reasons why Nami Kog'Maw is a very popular Kog'Maw lane, is that it really empowers Kog'Maw to go aggressive. You don't need any extra impetus to get Crystal to go aggressive as a player, and Tristana is an aggressive playstyle champion. So 2v2 would definitely suit Snake, but a lane swap, again, not going to be a big deal. You don't really want Flandre in a 2v2 until he hits that Tiamat 2,000 goldish power spike.
Yeah, and IG pretty massively dodged that lane swap as well. I think Snake did a great job spotting Jinx and thought they would go top, but instead looking for a 2v2 there. We'll find a 2v0 right now instead, and Crystal not going to steal any points quite yet, doesn't want to push the wave with Explosive Shot.
But it wouldn't be this series without a pause. To get more time to just smile at all the synergies coming through on IG, but that's taking away probably too much from Snake, because they've had 2 games where Engage hasn't really been the name of the game, but Sejuani, Orianna is a very strong Engage comp, and of course even Trundle getting some sort of flank and putting that pillar of ice around the back of a team can set up those skill shots. That's kind of the unique thing about the Trundle's pillar, is that when you're, say, sieging with this composition, you throw the pillar next to a turret, suddenly everyone's forced into a very narrow corridor. They've already changed the trade-offs in patch 5.6, I believe, coming into 5.7, with Sejuani ultimate being that if she misses the actual stun effect, the slow goes down to about 30%, as we see some of our Western brethren enjoying the LPL final. But it's just that much easier to hit those skill shots now with the Trundle Pillar of Ice.
Yeah, and you can see what Snake want to do here. Very proactive team comp, lots of engage coming through, and that was honestly what they were lacking with the Nunu pick. Very passive jungler, very passive laners coming through there as well. Just trying to tip themselves toward the late game situation and kind of cross your fingers and hope to win team fights. Snake, we've said it all season long, fantastic in any sort of team fight, so finally they're going to get an opportunity to take it to IG when they want.
It's such a much more proactive comp coming through Page Time. It's the hard CC. It hasn't really been the name of the game. The Jarvan, to some degree, was about the early ganking. Sejuani, not necessarily a Jarvan replacement. It's not the level 2 power, but it's still a lot of gank pressure at level 6.
Well, with the lane swap happening, we will jungle vertically this time around. FLICKR maybe happy to dodge the Kayle matchup at least a bit here. They're going to help Beast through his top side of the jungle. Now, of course, IG's red side is the tie and Kakao. Going to take away the red buff there as well and move down to the Crods.
I gotta say, the jungle fall is actually pretty quick. Every time they get to a new camp and the E is available, he's splashing damage through quite happily. No rush to take Smite, of course. No teleport Smite Kayle coming through just yet. But the push is fast. And speaking of fast push, I think it's time.
Yeah, Kale's great in this sort of situation. It makes sense here for IG. They'll line up the wave. There's a cannon moving in already. And on the third wave, they're going to try and take out the tower, and it's falling quickly.
Exactly. The minion wave is still at the inner turret. It's going to fall down, I have to think, in just a few seconds from all the different attack-based champions that come through. And there's no way for Tristana and the 4-man group coming through from Snake to react, at least at the same speed that we're seeing this one go down.
I mean, they're trying. Tristana's pretty good at pushing turrets with explosive shot, but Jinx maybe just that much better here as Kid. Going to take a little while. Make sure he denies a couple of extra creeps and take some turret shot for it, but does get the turret.
You're giving Kid far too much credit. He just wants the solo gold coming through Page Time. You get 275 gold if you're not sharing it with anyone else. And since IG have been jungling on the bottom side, Dragon is their free objective as Snake desperately trying to answer that turret. No hope of doing it with the speed of this IG comp.
They're going to try and take it away. They'll probably get the trade here, but Dragon will go to IG, so the first advantage will be up there. Kakao once again committing to a buff without Smite seems to be his favorite thing to do, and Kid even sticking around on the bottom side, able to continue to get some free gold.
Actually a pretty deep cut coming through. Of course, Kakao in the first couple weeks before the charge system was even there in the LPL, was happy to just smite champions and then go for Barons without the smite. Now he's got 2 charges. This early in the game, not really a relevant thing. I guess we didn't mention that Crystal, one of the new things with this rework Tristana, we just haven't seen much in competitive play, although Uzi was breaking it out the other day in OMG's match against LGD. The big factor is that the one thing you do have much earlier is turret killing pressure, as that explosive charge does work happily on turrets.
You can see the trade coming through there, and that double dipping you mentioned with the rapid fire explosive shot does also work on turrets as well, so you have some options there for pushing, especially in the mid to late stages, but we're actually going to continue the push here, and I haven't seen this in a very long time, and bless me, LPL. We used to do this a long time ago, but we actually keep pushing here. We're going to fast push for tier 2s now as well.
I'm actually quite worried about Zatai specifically. You have very low base health on this Kayle because he's much more of a fighter, much more aggressive champion against a champion with massive burst like Crystal's Tristana. You worry that if Crystal just goes crazy, and look, he's prone to do that from time to time, the kill pressure onto Zatai, even through double Dorans and a full health bar, is pretty considerable.
Yeah, and Beast joining into the bottom side means FLICKR actually has time to take away the minions and protect his turret. They're doing a bit more work in the top side for Snake, but not enough turret damage to Kakao. Finally going to rotate in and babysit Zatai just a little bit.
Just help that wave. They try and push out the lane a little bit. All this time, isolated mid lane matchup. Azir doing comfortable, and as you'd expect, split farming between Azir and Orianna.
Yeah, Beast going to line it up again, though. Maybe even fancies a gank this time around as FLICKR taking quite a few hits there actually just from the Jinxie minigun form, and we are heavily committing to this push.
Look, IG are happy with this situation because, again, they have a comp that has no semblance of engage whatsoever. But it's just fantastic appealing for a hypercarry. They want the enemy team to force fights. And look, Snake will gleefully take that. They have Sejuani, Orianna. They're looking for team fights themselves. But if you can force fights on your own terms, get a ward advantage over a neutral like Dragon that increasingly Snake will need to opt into fights, that's the way that IG will win this game, is forcing fights on their own terms. And first Dragon and getting those early turrets is really pushing them towards that time.
Yeah, you can see Barker there in the mid lane taking a bit of harass, but keeping up nicely in CS on his Orianna. Double Dorans there for the Ori, as Rookie's got his Dorans plus a Chalice, so moving in for a thing here. I imagine Barker will do the same. Nami going to rotate in, looking for a gank, but can't find too much, and a Trailblazer down there for Kakao, going to be matched by Barmy Cinder there by Beast.
It feels like Kakao's just going to come top, and they're going to gank this turret pastry time. They're not interested in killing Trundle. Trundle's still no Tiamat, only a pickaxe, has to watch as turrets fall down. Beast is probably going to show a little bit of pressure. There's only so much you can do against the Nunu Jinx turret pushing machine. There's a reason that EDG have played this combo so frequently.
He called back to, I believe, OMG versus LGD, and this was an LGD special in one of their games. Just going in around, got the 3 out of turrets at 12 minutes did LGD in that game, and IG going to do their best impression of that strategy here.
There's no way to balance out the machine gun form from Jinx. Okay, her base attack speed isn't that high, but when you're keeping the machine gun form up, you get a lot of turret damage done. FLICKR has no way to harass the Jinx when in this case the bubble goes down. They just have so little CC to react. Beast is still level 4. They're just happy to keep pushing. And it's going to be a war of attrition that IG can only win.
Yeah, and they're going to give Crystal some time. That's the good news in the trade-off there for Snake, is he'll actually do just fine here in the current 1v1 matchup against Zatai with his BF sword. But Zatai going to go back, maybe spend some gold fairly soon, and going to come back and see if he can't make it a bit more competitive.
I mean, Zatai is just desperate to get level 6 so that the burst combo is no longer available there for Tristana in terms of getting a kill. No CC to actually interrupt the trades coming through. Zatai's taking a lot of damage.
Beast. That's a good flashlight coming through. Eats a Trumper, though. Actually got a bubble onto Kid that started that whole exchange. But again, Janna just fine. Sejuani forced back now, not getting enough experience, not farming the jungle. And as you said, this turret eventually might take a while, but it will go down.
And off screen, actually, Zatai took the full burst combo, didn't die, now has ultimate available. Suddenly life's a lot better as Fandra's just trying to scare them away from turret. But what can he really do?
I mean, Kakao taking some damage as well, but it doesn't really matter. Kid will get knocked up again. They'll actually go in aggressive here in the trade tank. Back and forth. Kid actually getting locked up. Eats a turret hit. Smart stuff from FLICKR, but Ella now low on mana, and IG, they're not going to stop. They're still pushing.
Honestly, they might consider just using the heal as a sustained mechanism. They're so close to picking up this turret. They do not want to stay top. They want to take it in the next minute because, of course, Dragon will be respawning, and having this objective, then getting the Dragon, will just be the snowball they're looking for this game. But credit to a spirited defense coming through, and specifically the mechanics of Ella. 3-0 and showing us why. Hitting that bubble as... Did he actually steal it?
He did steal it. Kid, very nice Super Mega Death Rocket.
I mean, worth noting, he won't have it for the Dragon fight necessarily. It'll be about 20 seconds or 30 seconds behind the Dragon spawn, so they might want to delay the push coming through onto Dragon, but it's vision time. They want to get that vision control because, again, big win condition for IG is monopolizing this Dragon.
Yeah, I can only imagine that Worth was typed there for Gidu. Steals away the buff, denying it crucially away from the Orianna. We can see now Avarice Blade once again for Kid. Seems to love this early Avarice Blade, does he?
He's just making his investments smartly, and he hasn't been harassed. And honestly, Kakao's jungle pathing just helps him out. If there's been a communication that I'll have your back, and look, he's had it on his back, especially in that Draven game, it opens up options that are greedy like the Avarice Blade. And if he can stay out of burst trades with the Tristana, he's going to probably pay off that investment just fine.
You can see Crystal does have a slight lead as a result. Pickaxe now there as well, moving in for a slightly faster Infinity Edge. Bucket keeping up in CS. FLICKR equalizing now with Zatai, which is good news for Zatai actually, who was struggling a little bit in the earlier 1v1. But Toronto going to stay there. Does have the turret like you mentioned as well. And Dragon, it's back up in a couple seconds. Not a whole lot of health left there. And FLICKR maybe feels like he can't leave the lane because IG, they want to do the Dragon, but FLICKR kind of wants to protect his turret.
You can see it pushing aggressively down bot to open up what is going to be a very quick Dragon. They're going to have the disengage options aplenty. They prefer Zatai didn't have to teleport. Actually, he's going to be able to just backdoor this turret as the Tiamat purchase comes through from Trundles. They've already got one objective. They can take the Dragon as well, piling them up early, IG.
FLICKR might try and TP, though. I wonder if Snake wants to contest it. Could be a bit too risky.
They don't have the wards.
Yeah, I mean, they do use the Scrying Orb now, but that's too late. Kakao takes it away with Smite plus Consume, and that's a second Dragon to Invictus Gaming.
We talk about the duo of Jinx and Nunu taking down turrets. It's the same story with the Dragon, and unfortunately, they just didn't prep the wards in this situation. They were either swept out or just absent completely, and that's another free objective coming through for IG.
Yeah, Snake again find themselves in a position where they do have to try and catch up on Dragons as well. That's been one of the things that IG have really been on top of in this whole series is Dragon control.
I mean, honestly, in most ways, IG have been ahead, but you're right, the consistent factor has been the Dragon control. They're ahead in turrets in this situation as well. They have a comp with a very good identity that has one weakness, which is engaging team fights, and they're playing around that weakness by monopolizing Dragons.
Beast though coming in, trying to get a gank down. Bucky going to line things up. Wave does come through. Will miss there, but Beast wants the ulti. Crystal even rocket jump forward just to get aggressive, and instead they might have to settle for a rotation.
That was a sick flash and EQ coming through from the Azir. I don't know how he managed to pick the exact perfect escape route, but he did, and that's why Rookie gets so much respect in the Chinese scene, is that his mechanics in lane, his understanding of dodging skill shots is really impressive.
Yeah, he's very hard to kill and very easy for him to kill you, it seems like, in a lot of situations, and has to be happy in these lane swaps because he gets the isolated lanes that he just loves so much.
And the CS values in mid, of course, 14 CS up. Probably not that surprising because FLICKR, again, on a fairly new champion, at least at the highest tier of competitive play. Other lanes going fine for Snake, but lane's going fine and just losing out massively on objectives, structures, and dragons in this case. It's a big problem for Snake.
I mean, it's been weird to me, but Kakao is honestly showing up Beast on Nunu, his signature champion. I didn't expect Beast to have 2 Nunu games and struggle to control early objectives, but Kakao showing him up almost every game, it seems like, this time on his champion.
And now he's suddenly on this unfamiliar role of Sejuani and just the engage tank requirement coming through for Snake. It's just not something that he's shown a lot of prowess on. The Jarvan, to some degree, is similar, but that was more about rotations leading to aggressive turret dives with the Flag and Drag. CC is...
His first blood actually happens in the bottom side. Crystal with Ella. Kid down there by himself. Dies with his flash up under his turret.
And that's just going to be surprising burst damage. Of course, was off screen, so we didn't track it. But speaking of burst damage, they take down a champion. They explode a turret. And Snake, finally, something goes their way.
And you can see Justana objective control and how much single target damage he does, whether it's to a neutral like a structure or the dragon, or a champion with the rapid fire and the explosive shot. Tristana does not muck around with all these changes coming through, and it's been a while since we've seen her. She was so popular among many different Chinese AD carries for a while, and you have to think with 5.7 hitting, she might just be back.
And the big effect of the rework and then thus the buffs that she's seen recently is that, look, she's not as good. Basically, around Worlds time, she could just hit rapid fire and just kill people from massive range with 2 very good escape abilities in her ultimate and the rocket jump, and she just spread damage to whoever went her way. Now she's much more fiercely single target and gated around her rapid fire. So the fact that it scales on attacks to a single target with the explosive shot just means you're really priced into aggressively explosive charging a tank, for example, and then rapid firing on that champion. So there's more meaningful counterplay. If you have that charge on you, you can disengage out of the fight, move out of range, and then she'll lose a lot of damage because she won't have that same rapid fire uptime. And in general, her attack speed has been passively downscaled, so she scales less well with pure attack speed items. She's much more reliant on the steroids. So it's, again, if she finds someone alone, don't get me wrong, her burst damage is incredible.
Yeah, isolated Triss does go off here, and Crystal has his Infinity Edge down. Kid working on his does have a BF Sword to pairing with his Berserker Greaves and an Avarice Blade, but still looking for that first major item. I imagine he's got a bit of gold to spend there coming through as Rookie on the Azir. Actually, I was Soren Ashes, but that's the tie here as Kiddies. Yeah, this is what you don't want here. Some good chompers will move in for the disengage.
Kao's actually caught in between multiple people. Teleport's been used.
Have to see what happens. Kakao is getting chased. Beast will throw the ulti, but it goes slightly wide. Kakao did flash it away. Can't get away from the tidal wave, but no one there left to chase him, so he'll be safe for now.
Strange time to use teleport with Dragon still 1 minute 50 away. They must have been hoping for multiple picks and maybe the outer turret, but this is still Azir. And I've learned anything about Azir lanes, and there's been plenty of them in the LPL, is that you don't take a turret down at 15 minutes.
Yeah, especially in this series here. It's 3 for 3 now in games with Azir, with Rookie taking it away here from FLICKR, and FLICKR, of course, having it in the first 2 games. Blue buff even getting aggressed on by Zatai as well. Wants to try and take it away, but Beast should be able to give it over to Orianna instead.
A big question mark is, where does Zatai go with this build? Of course, Luden's Echo is now a thing. It sounds like a Kale item to me with the movement speed and just extra splash damage. Does he just go into the Hurricane and have comparable wave clear to Flandre? You know, he'll be able to use the slow defensively and just clear waves and ensure there's never that awkward spot where Flandre can just split push turrets under his nose and have no kill pressure on him. You have to think the Hurricane would equalize some of that pressure. There's multiple different build parts. Of course, Kale's always been one of the most flexible champions in the league. From the Nash talk, you can at least see it's not going to be the AD Kale of ones. It's going to be the standard AP on-hit Kale coming through.
I think the top lane, though, you have to look there and think that Flandre kind of got out of a very sticky lane matchup with some very smart pushing there. I mean, both teams committed to pushing down some turrets. They both got 2 each here, although they weren't quite on the same sides. No tier 2 turrets being felled. And Flandre now has his teammate ready to go. A Ruby Sapphire Crystal there in as well with the Cloth Armor plus his Merc Treads. So slightly ahead in CS, not a massive lead by any means, but seems to have his tools that he wants here.
But it's not really a strategic hole for the Trundle to exploit like there would be if this was, say, the traditional Maokai versus Trundle matchup, where you just subjugate the Maokai, use your ultimate on the Maokai, and then just split push turrets with all your extra tanky stats. Kao's not going to build any tanky stats. Kao has excellent wave clear, and she has the utility in a team fight to match yours. So Kao, in a lot of ways, makes the laning phase difficult. You can say the laning phase has gone better than expected, but not the same split pushing hole you feel that Kao can really answer in this case. Just Trundle just has to be more accountable.
I mean, she is pushing, but Snake will take the dragon away as a result. The Tai did have his TP, but didn't choose to join. Can he get the tier 2 turret? We can look and see. No, not quite enough damage. Good rotation, though, from IG. We'll get them the turret in the mid, and Crystal has to be careful.
I mean, look, taking the turret in mid against Orianna is definitely not a gimme whatsoever. This is actually more than is expected, and Kao keeps pushing.
Yeah, Kale's still moving in. In fact, the Ties is not stopping. We'll get the turret, actually, moving in there as he'll take it away. And that's 4 turrets now for IG to 2. Didn't want the third dragon, but definitely wanted the turrets. And Rookie poking his way in gets Ella down to about 60% health.
But this has been the sad thing here for Snake fans. They've been consistently out-rotated. First dragon for 2 turrets is a massively poor trade coming through from Snake. They get the 6% stats, but they lose almost every semblance of outer turrets and now inner turrets coming through.
Yeah, we can see, again, aggressive movements moving through, but Snake finally arresting some of the Dragon Snowballs. Good news for them, but the turrets may be getting out of control instead. So Invictus Gaming certainly doing quite a lot of work once again, but only a slight gold lead here. Snake, at one point, were ahead about 400 gold, now swinging back to about 1,000 up for IG.
And that's kind of the issue, though, Page Time, is these are strategic outplays rather than necessarily item timings or power spikes coming through for IG. They've just moved around the map smarter than Snake, and they've gotten more than expected. Suddenly they'll go back, spend that extra global gold, find more spots to get aggressive wards in, and their items will back up what has been very smart strategical play from the lineup.
Yeah, they've been looking good. I'd like to have all series long, to be honest, as Crystal. It's a bit of harass there, building on towards his zeal now, you have to think, with that dagger in the inventory for him. Tristana's actually been probably the other best-looking thing here for Snake. Crystal's got plenty of farm here in this stage, not particularly behind in gold, actually slightly behind, but Kid still looking for his first major item. Going back now, you have to think he does, in fact, pick up the Infinity Edge. I mean, Tristana, if she can get going, certainly a late-game carry, and Crystal has shown plenty of late-game carry performances in the LPL this season.
And Kid is only slightly ahead because of the average split. He's actually contributed close to 400 gold already, so it's clearly the only thing keeping him ahead because he's only 100 gold ahead of his opponent. You're right. Infinity Edge finally completed, though they've gotten all these objectives without even a one-item power spike on Kid. We've already seen what Kid can do in a team fight when he's enabled, and man, he's got 4 champions to enable him.
Yeah, I mean, again, this comp very much built around Kid when they want to fight, but right now, IG are committing to a split push plan here. So Tai has not left the top lane in quite a while, and he's pushing on the inhibitor turret potentially next.
With the amp tome in the build, you have to think maybe a Lich Bane will be the completion here, or the Luden's Echo, obviously going to be an amp tome item. Probably not going to be 40% CDR, although he could do his best Lulu impression if he pushed towards 40% CDR. Already has 20% from the Nashors. Lots of flexible options because honestly, whether it's shorter cooldowns or more AP to heal the Jinx or just the Lich Bane to apply a bit of burst so when that Super Mega Death Rocket comes through, it gets the first reset on the Get Excited. You just always have so many choices when you're playing KO, and he's not really moved into any build. Nashor's to the core of any good KO build.
It is, and I actually like what IG are doing here, constantly rotating around, basically trying to find a weak spot to try and push down, because Snake's wave clear together is actually quite good, but Kid, free time on the turret here with Nunu Janna, and that turret is dead.
Exactly, and the disengage is crazy. Multiple members are coming, but good luck locking down even one member. Even the tanky Cow would be the minimum loss in this situation. It's smart warding and smart map movements, and Snake's warding, honestly, it's never been their strong point. Ella's a very good solo warding person in that he does get very smart wards on champions like Janna, but the Beast Ella synergies gone with basically the movement away from the likes of Sightstone, and their wards are really costing them.
I mean, had it on the Nunu 2 games in a row, warding probably much better there in the first 2, but in this game on Sejuani really needs to hit her items, is not innately tanky on her own despite all the greats you see in her kit. A good push from Sake will get in his kitties, actually gets nailed by the shockwave, but flashes over to the safety of the Raptors, and Janna will be safe.
Yeah, Ignite popped, but not enough damage to take her down. Forced KO to at least leave the top lane for once. That's something coming through for Snake. But yeah, the middle turret, that's something they just need to keep going from there.
Yeah, managed to take that. 3-5 now in turrets as Snake sort of playing catch-up in objectives. Feels like all series long, to be honest. Satai still pushing in. Really hasn't left the lane for a while, but finally going to go back and shop, and we'll see what he wants to do with this build.
Ty doing his best kid impression, you have to think. Just tanking up lots and lots of gold, keeping a lot in the inventory as you have to be amused by the Pillar of Ice.
Flandre is great. Actually getting it just in the right spot to displace Kale ever so slightly to make sure that recall is cancelled. But again, Zatai, 10 CS and counting, possibly moving in towards the 20 soon enough. And we pretty much had to expected to match split push for split push here for Zatai versus Flandre. And a wonderful pick from Zatai and Kale. He's found a very good way to keep this Trundle at least sedated, if not down.
It's one of the things that Zatai is uniquely able to do. It's one of the reasons they were so happy to get him in the lineup over the tank role player in Pokemon is that he can play Fizztop, he can play Karthus and actually hit more Skittles than basically any Karthus we've seen in competitive play, Barker included. He just has the mechanics because he played mid lane for, what, 400 or 500 competitive games. One of the biggest veterans of the competitive scene, despite being only the tender age of 17, going on 18 in 2015. He's always had good carry mechanics, and Kale's effectively an off carry in this case.
And you can see nothing quite yet. Zatai, I think, still farming, has quite a bit of gold banked up.
He's going to buy a sick item.
Whatever it is, it's going to be pretty sick, because he does actually go for Berserker Greaves, sort of accentuating the split push qualities of his build.
Here we go.
Phantom Dancer done as well for Tristan. I mean, some items
Luden's time.
Oh, it's Luden's.
Luden's time is coming through. It sounded like a good Kale item. She needed more wave clear, of course, but it's a little bit more instant wave clear coming through. Less E-procs needs come through with that splash damage. IG really want this dragon, but teleport's already coming.
Yeah, Flandre going to force a fight here in Snake. Going to try and take their second dragon. Zatai will finally join in for a team fight here. But a good Pillar of Ice zones them away. IG trying to get some damage done, but Snake have plenty of good damage. Beast actually, 4-man ulti coming through. Shockwave comes in as well. Hits onto 2, and they're on the carries. Crystal goes in deep in the backline trying to get resets. Gets one, will reset now. Good ult though from Rookie, might push him out. But Kid's going to go down. That's a second reset, and Snake, Signs of Life finally being showed. They get the team fight they want. Kitty's going to get slowed by the Pillar. Crystal will chase him down for another kill as Bucker will collect. Flandre is still chasing now, but that's a dragon. Not yet, but 4 kills done for Snake.
Crystal finally found the aggressive champion for him. It's Tristana with the reset potential for the position. His position's not always great at the start of the fight, but this time they have the assertive team. They're the ones starting to fight. It doesn't matter so much what Crystal's positioning is. His reposition was confirmed. They get the 4 kills, and they're rushing over to Baron.
Yeah, they want the Baron. No towers, no dragon is what they want here. Beast on top of the objective. Pink Ward slapped down there by Snake. And they're going to take this out quite quickly. We mentioned Tristana's mid-game damage. Watch this Baron fall.
And Azir, you understand, they stayed in bottom lane too long, saw multiple members. They had a ward around the back. So the best they can hope to do is trade Baron for a 3rd dragon. And anyone can tell you, not ideal for IG.
Yeah, Snake will be happy with that trade. And we mentioned their team fighting. The big proactive pick there from Beast on the Sejuani. Hasn't played that many games on him, but that was a wonderful ultimate to start the team fight.
And it'll be super interesting to see, can Trundle now out-split push KO with the Baron buff minion waves? Going to be that much harder for the magic damage splashing through from Kale's E to actually clear these waves. Has decent wave clip, doesn't have the Ludens just yet. And the 5-man pushing in mid. Azir, again, needs time to clear these waves. Much harder when they're so damn tanky.
Yeah, well, Luden's done for Barker now as well. As we can see, Flandre with a Spirit Visage as well, actually. So fairly tanky, now on the Trundle, so we'll be able to challenge the Ty's Kale much better in this situation. Beast even getting tankier himself with a Giants button now built in, and Crystal, being Crystal, going to go in for a Bloodthirster 3rd.
I mean, honestly, IG have shown no respect whatsoever to this Sejuani engage. No Merc Treads being purchased by anyone at this point. Everyone's opting into aggressive boots. Maybe Nunu will consider it, but everyone else is already committed. No semblance of a QSS. This kid's still putting up to that 3rd big damage item. There's definitely team fights that IG can win. They're only 2,000 gold behind with Nunu Jinx, which of course does massive damage into the late game. But we've got this reset button. Snake's going to have all the pressure now that they have the Baron buff minions. And Crystal himself has 2 Ks at the start of his name.
Yeah, and that's a testament, honestly, to the... so IG's gold lead is a... Sorry, we'll reset again. IG's gold deficit here, which is not that long, is actually a testament to how well they played around objectives. Look at that column there right next to the kills. They have 0 kills in this game, but the dragons, the turrets, and all the advantage they built up by split pushing means that in a game where you'd look at the scoreboard and expect them to be quite far behind, they're actually very competitive in this game.
That's been what they've set up for. They've been about rotations. We mentioned they've been outfoxing Snake by just showing up in bottom lane and top lane just using their smart warding to take objectives. But you're right, they have no kills whatsoever. There's been no chance to get excited for Kid. And look at this damage coming through from Tristana. Her siege damage is insane.
It really is, and you can see, we talk about the single target Tristana damage now on 5.7, whether it's the structures, whether it's objectives, or just enemy champions. She does a lot of work, and Crystal going to do it again. That's 2 turrets dead, equalizing the 5 turrets finally.
And there's just nothing IG can do. They're just watching objectives fall down. Now the gold lead that we kind of speculate on is starting to get there. The kills are starting to hurt a little bit more. IG, they've got some very smart tools to deal with what Snake are doing, but they're not respecting the Sejuani in particular, and so far it's been the ultimate trump card.
It only needed 1 team fight, but that snowballed into a Baron, which meant 2 turrets went down as well. Flandra even going to work in on a 3rd outer potentially as Snake looked to take out those 6 crucial turrets, and Baron buffs up for a little while longer here. IG are defending as much as they can, but even Rookie with the soldiers up, taking quite a while to kill the Baroned up cannon.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed at the lack of Merc Trace. That seems like the obvious item to complete against a Sejuani. That's what you need in this case. Your position is always going to be at a premium when the Pillar of Ice is being able to thrown out. They're just going for that extra damage early. When they weren't even opting into fights, they were rotating anyway. It's just going to cost them.
Yeah, Snake not going to push too much harder. Baron does drop, so they don't overcommit to taking out the bottom turret as well. Crystal and Steg will kill the poor Gromp, who dies so quickly there to the single target damage. Zatai back to split pushing now as well, working on a Hurricane for maximum damage and split push potential on this Kale, but everyone else from Snake's getting stronger as well. And you have to think that next team fight's a difficult one for IG to try and take.
Yeah, the Hurricane works in a couple of ways. Obviously in just a pure pushing wave, you're just pushing down the minions, but in a team fight, you're spreading your passive. Everyone's going to be 15% shred of their armor and magic. Again, maybe that's what you need to get that first big super mega death rocket, to get that first big kill and set up the likes of Kid to carry, because you have the disengage, you have the ultimate coming through, the intervention. It's getting that first kill has been very difficult so far, and again, maybe finding a way to negate Tristana's impact, either disengaging the target that has the explosive charge right on top of them, or smart use of the Kale ultimate. The thing is, Kale cannot be CC'd when her carries are. They need to be split. In terms of any sort of team fight, you need to see different positioning from the Kale than from either the Azir or the Jinx, just so that ultimate is useful. Because if they commit everyone onto Kale, maybe that will open up an option to get kills to trade in that situation. But otherwise, Kale needs to be using that intervention defensively on a carry.
Yeah, and they just can't afford to get caught out here. Even Kale's ultimate won't save her from all the Sejuani CC, so you can happily cut out someone that's been intervened and then just re-engage with whatever tools you have. Maybe Orianna Shockwave, or at this point, Crystal's just going to jump on someone's face and go in. Speaking of Crystal, he's actually got his Bloodthirster done now as well, so 3 aggressive items. Very squishy lineup from IG as well, with the exception of Cacao and Crystal. It's his time to shine finally in the series.
It's a really good build path. Of course, they've gone for Kale just so there isn't an obvious subjugate target for Trundle to just kind of laugh in front of and render useless. So the result is that everyone's squishy to the enemy AD carry, and even if that steroid is gated around single target damage in this particular version of Tristana, everyone is going to melt like butter to Crystal.
They are indeed, and Snake, you can see, getting their aggressive wards down. Beast did actually pick up a Sightstone after everything, so you can see their warding been increased much more now. They've been getting aggressive in the enemy jungle and able to leave the Sightstone trail down. Flandre still pushing in the bottom lane, gonna go back and pick himself up some item. Have to think Frozen Heart is on the way, if not completed. Crystal gonna do the same, wants to go back, and you can see why. Dragon back up in 40 seconds, and Snake, that is something they need to make sure IG don't get their hands on.
Look, you can look at this minimap, and any layperson can tell this is not a situation where IG can contest any objectives. The pink ward's so aggressive in their red side jungle, a couple of defensive wards in their blue side jungle, but biting off a dragon fight is going to be super, super hard for Invictus Gaming.
It will indeed, as we can see. Fight maybe brewing here in the mid side as well. Dragon back up fairly soon, and no one dead quite yet. IG wanting to try and find a fight, but people have backed away. We've got a pickaxe done there for Crystal as well, and Dragon's back alive. We have to think the fight will start soon.
Only Crystal getting caught out is really a way Invictus Gaming can win a fight. Pillar of Ice, very smart in this situation, but no poke onto Cacao.
I didn't quite think about that synergy, but zoning people out for Tristana to do single target damage with Trundle, not too bad.
Tristana is super interesting in this case, and look at the damage.
Ulti there coming through, does miss there as it's flashed away. Flandre taking a bit too much damage as Ella gets eaten by a Flame Chomper. The TIE forced to flash away though. Rookie coming in, and it's a big contest for IG, but Beast, sorry, Cacao going to ulti defensively. Rookie moves it back in. Crystal almost goes down to Azir as Ella will fall, and Crystal's got to find a way back in, but he's getting zoned so hard by this Azir, and Flandre needs to chase him away, trying to get the solo kill. Does get it with the Tiamat active. Now's the time running away, but Baka will chase him down. The TIE will will stand his ground. Bucker will get the kill. Kid's going to fall to Flandre, and the one-man army of the Trundles going absolutely ballistic.
Yeah, Flandre's so tanky in the front line, even with multiple machine gun auto attacks, no one killing him. Crystal's still alive.
Yep, Crystal gets the last kill. That's the ace completed by Snake as well. 6 turret will fall as well, and Snake going to charge into the base.
And it looked like Snake would roll over and die after 2 objectively poor performances. Watching IG in this third game rotate around and take objective, but the critical factor, they never got any kills, so the gold lead was always minimal. And now the counter rotations have come through, and the base is in ruins for IG.
And we talked about it the first 2 games, both sides picking a lot of defensive-looking team comps, lots of disengage, which is quite popular right now. It makes sense to me. I can understand why that's what they're going for, but Snake seems like they just needed something a bit more proactive, because when they can make plays and force you to fight them, they are magical at team fighting.
Just a proactive AD carry with a reposition coming through for Crystal. Goes back deep into that champion ball, brings back the champion he favored so much in the first 3 weeks of the season before the changes came through, and the Tristana 5-1, and obviously a good luck charm for the team.
This is a 2v4 right now. Make it a 1v5 actually for Flandre, who's still alive now. Crystal going to come in. Rookie almost dead to just the Tristana autos. Cacao will zone them out with an auto, but Beast fairly tanky. Ulti comes through. That's going to force the rocket jump away for Triss. They will back away. They should be able to re-engage fairly soon, but Beast, no ultimate, and Flandre still taunting the enemy, you have to think.
Happily poked away a recall coming through, so that's going to be the dragon. That's 2 dragons to 3, so not a win condition just yet for Snake, but they don't need many more. They've broken the base, and they're winning team fights very comfortably.
Yeah, Baron, their next big objective. It is back alive here, but Snake are going to force Rookie back to the bottom side with that inhibitor, still pushing super minions in towards that side of the map. Flandre melting the minion waves down now as well with that Ravenous Hydra. He's so tanky on this Trundle.
And the plan, Kale, it went fine in lane. You can see how maybe you'll be able to stop split pushing. But if you start picking up objectives like Baron, and especially if Trundle's just getting in melee range of Kid, Trundle's still doing his job just fine.
He is indeed. As Crystal, 4 items now as well. Got the Bloodthirster completed on the Trista. Might even just go full damage at this stage. Barker moving in. Does have a death cap now completed as well. And Ella, Mikhail's and the captain's enchantment on the boots of mobility as well. You can look up and see Snake almost 10,000 gold ahead, and they're just as ahead as IG have been all series long. Finally, the shoe's on the other foot.
And Kid desperately needs lifesteal to counter what's coming through. Has a lot of damage and has the Blood Boil steroid, but you're going to eventually take auto attacks from some member, whether it's even the Tristana herself or just Oriana and Trundle's incidental damage. Need lifesteal to navigate fights, and none available yet for Kid.
Crystal pushing in as well. Has been pretty aggressive in positioning, and that's honestly benefited him in this game finally, with Snake being able to be much better with their follow-up CC. Oriana especially able to help control this AD carry, and Ludens plus Tristana, they're going to push waves fairly well. 7 turrets down already, looking to break the base once more, but Snake probably a bit more interested in this Baron.
From the moment that Crystal got that solo kill off screen, after all the rotations have come through, I mean, the Tristana's just been the big difference between these 2 teams. You can see how much work it's done, can still position very aggressively, still being able to reset in fights with such a squishy lineup, and it's assassination Tristana coming in.
Yeah, Flandre and Crystal doing this again. Happy to 2v4 or 2v5 apparently in this game, as Flandre will take some perks. Cacao will chuck a ward into the back, but Crystal going to join his team with a Baron damage, and that Baron is dead. Almost sniped away by Kid, but Beast smites it away, and Flandre zoning the entire enemy team by himself. Crystal launches himself, and Shockwave gets the tie and Kitties as they go down to tie. Ults himself at the last second. Kid coming in, but Crystal lives to tell the tale. Rookie running rampant, gets caught by the scrying orb. Can't do anything, gets away. Will go down to about 3 shots from Crystal and Snake. They get the ace, the Baron, and IG surrender.
They have to surrender. The big talking point there, Pastry Time, is that in minigun form, you could not take down the Tristana as Jinx because the lifesteal was so massive and the Q was available, so the rapid fire blew him down. And IG, smart rotations early, but blown out of the water by Snake.
Yeah, Snake finally able to find some team fights, get ahead in the early and mid game, and as we've said, it's very hard to beat Snake when they're ahead, and boy were they ahead by the end of that game.
I mean, the objectives look quite even, 5-7, just as we saw the surrender vote come through, but 15-1 in kills, only the 1 kill for Azir to show them that game. Back to the drawing board, you have to think, from IG. Maybe it's just a day of engage, because these passive rotational comps, they've had some wins, but generally they've been in the loss column.
I mean, I guess the issue for those sort of comps is that so reliant on basically not making a mistake, very execution heavy. Not as far as, mechanical skill goes, but again, you have a very narrow window to win, and once you start sliding down that hill when the boulder kind of comes rolling down, or the snowball in this case, real hard to push it back.
And that's the thing. This time they had the engage options to force the fights they always look for. They've always been an aggressive team. With Nunu jungle, hard to be super aggressive. But with the likes of Tristana, Sejuani, and Orianna, and Bako and Orianna, that's another revelation. This case did just fine this game. Stay look good.
Yeah, so Snake find themselves a win and force a fourth game here, but don't go too far away. We'll be right back with Invictus Gaming versus Snake. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Playoffs third place match between Invictus Gaming and Snake. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And after what looked like a sweep for IG, Snake fire back in Game 3 and push us to a Game 4.
Yeah, signs of life coming through from Snake. The one thing I could say for IG is that it was so impressive to see Beast step up onto the Sejuani in that ranged initiate. Gave Snake a lot more options than they had in the previous two games, where they've been out-rotated, out-thought in a lot of ways. Sejuani was the ultimate equalizer, so I feel like IG need to first pick it or ban it away, because that was, to me, the big difference between games.
And it's crazy to think Beast on his Nunu has just not looked nearly as impressive as one Sejuani game in the series, and Nunu's losing streak, curiously, continues in the series. He's been picked 3 times and he's lost all 3 games.
Yeah, the adaptation to rotational play has been excellent in Invictus Gaming, but almost to a fault in that game where they got all the rotations off but never any kills, and when it finally came to fights that they probably shouldn't have opted into, the Sejuani was the go button, IG maybe a bit out of position, probably contesting for objectives they could afford to give away like a couple of dragons, and they were punished for it.
And that man there, Crystal as well, who's looks like he knows he still has a lot of work to do. Tristana was another difference for him as well, enabled him to be much more aggressive and look like a great champion for someone who was once upon a time a very well-known Tristana player in China.
And that's kind of the unique thing that Crystal was able to do, is that the moment that they started to get a bit of map pressure, the moment that IG opted into some bad fights, Tristana mows down turrets. Don't get me wrong, had the big AD items, the turrets died, and they equalized the global objectives so fast that they actually caused a bigger global lead than expected to come through, continued to win fights that IG weren't really picking for, and again, ban the Sejuani, or at least give yourself equal initiation options, because the initiation options being all with Snake meant that the moment IG made a mistake, they were forced to pay for it.
And I feel like the popularity of all these disengaged champions makes a lot of sense. It's great against tanks to get them off your backline and try and win longer extended fights, but you need some way to start a fight here, and Snake showed it when they can find fights with the Sejuani ult look a lot better. But we are into the Game 4 draft now. Invictus Gaming on the blue side, Snake hitting over on the red. Xerath Trundle the 2 bans there. That was another thing they didn't do, is take out Flandre's Trundle. Cassiopeia Sejuani the answers for Snake, interestingly enough, and Maokai banned once again.
So this time a champion like Hecarim does make it through the picks and bans. The top lane champion pool has been hit, but it's mostly been kind of these off-meta picks. I mean, Lulu not necessarily off-meta, but the likes of Trundle and Maokai to some degree have fallen in and out of the meta. They're more safe options, but now suddenly, Teleport Smite, whichever one you want, ready to go.
Yeah, we've got Lulu, the last ban there for Snake, and you can see Zatai mashing the random button pretty hard.
They're all in his champion
I was
pool,
going to say,
worry.
scary to think that everything he's doing, despite mashing that button, he'll happily play. He's played just about every champion in the mid lane, and we'll give him 10 seconds to decide what he wants to take away for his team. But Zatai, always a crowd pleaser, wants to always have some fun, but they do pick away the Gragas.
This time there's no Sejuani, so you're going to have to go something a little bit different if you want to get engaged from the jungle. But you can see from the Janna hover that it's all disengage all the time, at least in this first round of picks, you'd think.
I mean, Gragas still undefeated for Kakao, I believe, could make it 7-0 with a win here for Invictus Gaming. So a strong first pick away. Gragas been very good on 5.6 and now 5.7 as we've moved over. But Azir, he's locked in already. Bucket Oriana was just fine, but Azir, Janna, straight back to basics for Snake.
And honestly, he's been so on point with his use of the explosive cast for displacement that you feel that even someone like Azir could be preyed upon when his flash is down. One thing to put out the Emperor's Divide and flash away. When the flash is not available, there are ways to deal with that. Kassadin's now available in the champion pool. That's probably going to be the opt-in, you'd have to think, given just the success on Kassadin earlier. A lot of champions available, though, and no rush to lock in a mid laner just yet.
No, not at all. Plenty of opportunity for Invictus Gaming, although they have good information right now. IG going to potter through a couple picks here. We haven't seen this quite yet, actually, but it was a popular bottom lane for Kid and Kitties for a while. The Kennon's locked in. Kalista joins it, and that should be their duo lane.
Just so much lane presence between these two. Kennen already been one of the strongest laners of all time, even with some slight nerfs. He was always a very strong laner, whether it was auto attacks, whether it's just the Shuriken Rush, or Shuriken Toss, or whatever she's able to use. His whole kit, is very aggressive. And then with the Fate's Call for reposition, it's probably going to be disengage rated Kennen, but with Janna, of course, being locked in, you can't really look to Lightning Rush into the backline and get the CC going. But when it comes to disengage, plenty of options here for Kennen.
Yeah, Snake have started well here as we see what they want to pick up for their next few picks. Kalista's been a favorite of Crystal's, actually, for quite a long time here. But Snake, I like what they're doing here. Rek'Sai over to Beast, which makes sense. A bit more proactive, bit more engage options. But Crystal will take Tristana into the Kalista matchup.
And this is a very savvy take, is that people are starting to uncover that when it comes to auto attack trades, Ren sets are lovely, but dying instantly to the explosive charge coming through from Tristana is the reality. You cannot take auto attack trades with Tristana if you're on even on even foot or worse here, I mean, Tristana's just going to be able to do it just fine. So this is going to be interesting to see if we see the lane swap. I mean, the support in this case might make the difference in that you're taking auto attacks from a Kennen and a Kalista. Much more aggressive trading coming through from the IG lane. But 2v2, you have to say, just on paper, Tristana should actually have the run of this bottom lane.
Yeah, seems good there for Crystal. We know what he's like when his aggression is enabled, but IG picks some very late game carries. There's the last few, Hecarim and Kassadin. And the one thing here is that Kakao, he's got a lot of work to do because that is arguably 3 losing on neutral lanes.
That's not going to be ideal whatsoever. Their wave clear is also situational at best. Not wonderful, not abysmal, but somewhere in the middle between those two things. Cal going to help that with, of course, the barrel toss. Cal's playing the Gragas, so he's giving himself the best opportunity to get towards 7-0, but this is a difficult game, and we're going to see Beast onto the Rek'Sai we didn't actually mention. Going to have much more of a mid-game focus. Cacau's already shown the virtues of how strong that champion can be. Looks like they're considering Nautilus, though.
I mean, Flandre definitely does some stuff here, but we'll see what Snake want to pick away. Apparently it is Nautilus, so that's what they'll take for themselves. And that is top lane Nautilus for Flandre.
I think that is the definition of some stuff, the top lane Nautilus. Build path is always interesting. Rod of Ages has kind of been the standard, although then you're erring towards the late game, and then Hecarim will walk in and have Trinity Force. So maybe you're going to go for a bit more immediate power, like a Frozen Heart or something against this lineup. But top lane Nautilus, Flandre has been, if nothing else, the innovator this season with the teleport smite meta that Zatai is proudly wearing, a Flandre special. But this is definitely something different.
This is very deep, pun intended there, with the Nautilus pickup in the top side for Flandre. I guess they just want a lot of CC, because remember, Kassadin, when he gets going, he's hard to stop. Flandre is making sure he can stop the Kassadin.
There's a lot of question marks here. Zatai, probably happy to opt into a lane swap because he has the teleport smite and can happily pick up camps. But can you imagine the jungle follow CC coming through from a Nautilus of all things? All the lanes, the moment Nautilus goes off the map, have to pay attention, whether it's support Nautilus or jungle Nautilus, because he has 4 types of CC. From level 2 onwards, can have access to 3 CCs, including the big, of course, dredge line hook. So it's going to be the battle of who can get the most done with the least amount of information, because there could be crazy 3-4-man fights in the mid lane early this game if the jungle follow comes through.
And don't forget as well that Nautilus was developed as a pick, effectively as a Kalista counter pick, so Kid is going to have quite a lot of problems there, given the amount of gauge, especially coming through from the top lane. I mean, we said that Snake needs to be a bit more proactive, need more, go buttons, need more engage tools. Flandre has found his own way to bring that to him. You know what? We'll see what Nautilus gets done on the top side as we're about to get straight into Game 4. And welcome onto the Rift here for our 4th game as Snake, all grouped together nice and friendly around the big, huggable Nautilus in the top lane for Flandre. Yes, don't adjust your volume or your television. That is exactly what's happening in this game number 4.
Yeah, you wouldn't think on patch 5.7 full zoom was really justified for a Nautilus, but it's a top lane Nautilus. It's not the support. It's not the jungle that honestly seems like rarest of all the breeds of Nautilus, because the top lane Nautilus, apparently it's come back.
Yeah, Trinket Ward goes down though. Snake with a good 5-man, able to clear out a bit of vision, and they're looking for aggressive vision here. And they're going to, again, try and scout out that lane swap, because level 1 going to get crazy here with all these compositions.
It's just really hard to say who's most priced in for a lane swap. There's always teams that benefit more from lane swaps, some that struggle in them. In terms of 2v2 lanes, it's probably going to be fine for Tristana, but maybe worth dodging the Kalista Cannon in the early levels before you get access to all 3 abilities, specifically the rocket jump if you're going to start with the explosive shot first. There's a lot of different flexible options coming through for IG, because as we mentioned, the jungle follow from Snake is very strong, but Hecarim being able to exit lane with Smite is also advantage. Definitely a lot of trade-offs, so I'm just really excited to see what comes of all this action.
Well, right now it seems like Invictus Gaming going to take away the blue buff here. Trying to spot where Snake's duel in is. They're actually in the top side of the map, so if they're looking for the 2v2, they're not going to get it. Initiate the lane swap, I think, expecting IG to be there, but IG have already started on the other side of the map.
So if we do eventually end up with this lane swap, the big thing for IG is that Hecarim isn't a cannibal. He's able to get Smite, unless, of course, we see very fast lane pushing coming from Crystal and Ella, which is a possibility. But for now, on paper, it looks like they'll be able to pick up a lot of minions, and the jungle follow. The uncleansable tunnel engage coming through from the Unburrow on Beast, and just Flandre working towards level 2 and having CC, you have to be so scared in the mid lane if you're Rookie. And even though he's already won this laning matchup in Game 2 today, it's a very different proposition when both Rek'Sai and Nautilus are tending towards your lane.
And look, if Ella wants to leave as well and come out a bit of additional CC and an exhaust, could see, 4 people in the mid lane at 4 minutes. It became almost a running joke in the LPL regular season, but we've seen a lot of teams opt into it in lane swap situations, and Rookie certainly going to have to be on the back foot. The melee Kassadin with a flash only at level 1 to 3. Going to be pretty good target for that sort of gank.
Absolutely. There's so many options here for Snake, the Rookie, who was actually even and maybe even a couple CS ahead in this matchup when he played it in Game 2, but there was nowhere near this amount of pressure. Can't remember if it was standard lanes or a jungle follow, but still, it paled in comparison to what Snake have fielded. We talked about multiple losing lanes. Okay, now suddenly the 2v2 is not a losing lane, but the mid lane has so much extra pressure, but you can't help but expect Rookie to fall behind in CS or just fall prey to a gank.
And I guess the other thing is, who benefits most from the lane swap from these AD carriers? Both Kalista and Tristana quite happy to get additional farm here, but I'm not too sure who would rather have that early game edge and push towards your first early AD item.
I feel like if you're looking for trades, I feel like Crystal will use that early AD pickup better than Tristana just because... Sorry, better than Kalista, just because Kalista's building Bloodthirster almost from necessity for safe laning phase, whereas you trade very effectively offensively with AD scaling on the Tristana. So probably can see a lot more aggression from the early purchase, and thus Crystal maybe slightly getting the benefit from the lane swap.
We'll have to see. So we are still in a pause in this particular game, but curious to see what happens in the level 1, of course. Movement always crucial in these sort of games. I mean, Kennen, not even too bad in a roam, but does probably want to stick with the Kalista. That's sort of the burden, I guess, of Fate's Call, is that as a support, you kind of expect it to be close to your AD carry.
And if you're looking for any sort of CC, you need at least 2 levels, but that requires a very overextended member and multiple auto attacks, but 3 levels to have any realistic hope of picking up any roam CC. So not really looking to lane, and honestly, such a strong laner that it's always looking to opt into a 2v2, in this case, dodged by Snake.
See, Flandre looks pretty happy right now, honestly, playing his Nautilus. So, again, Snake have often been innovators on different patches. We've noted that with Flandre with the Smite Teleport. Nunu was something that Beastorm was brought back into the meta, it felt like, that now is stock standard across the top teams in the LPL. There's a reason Snake have done so well for effectively an amateur team on their first outing in a professional league, and they're always a lot of fun to watch, and Flandre especially is always entertaining as we pop ourselves back into the game.
I mean, look, even if Nautilus eventually gets into a 1v2 situation, obviously going to be super tanky between the Titan's Wrath shield and just his naturally high health pool. So it's going to be fairly immovable in lane. Can last hit well with the Staggering Blow passive, applying CC and a bit of extra magic damage. But the jungle follow, that's the big question mark. So when we see level 2 on both, every lane, be scared.
Yeah, you can see Ella actually pulling the blue away. So Snake going to take the other camp that belongs to them in this game, which is, of course, the Invictus Gaming blue buff, as we're jungling vertically instead of horizontally this time around. But no gank coming quite yet. In fact, Baka holding his own in that lane right now on the Azir, kind of taking the early advantages that you expect in the range versus melee matchup.
And again, you have to remember the Rookie cannot hope to overextend. There's so many different ways he can be ganked in the mid lane. We've already seen some of the creative things that Kakao could do when he was playing the Rek'Sai with those burrowing over the thicker walls. But speaking of Kakao, he's prepped the extra jungler. That's the early dragon. That's what you get when you're jungling on the bottom side of the map. And as expected, they should pick it up very early.
This is a hallmark of IG's play. In their semifinals, actually, against EDG, they constantly took early dragons. Kakao loved to take it away at 3 to 5 minutes. And unfortunately for IG in that series, it did not convert them into wins. But you can say one thing about Kakao, he's been very consistent with early dragon control this whole series, actually.
He just has a very good understanding of vertical jungling. That's what's open to them. Some teams, they kind of dilly-dally with picking up that early dragon. They might leave it to 5, 6, 7 minutes into the game, but the time are going to be super early in this case. Pre-10 minutes, potentially, a second dragon could be down for IG.
And again, we've talked about Dragon Snowball in particular in this series. Invictus Gaming have certainly been on top of it for the first 2, and Snake kept it even, and that was enough for them as they forced a few team fights. So if IG can continue, again, this very objective-based, rotation-oriented style that they seem to have shown in the playoffs, they'll be on good stead to finally take the series 3-1.
I'm quite surprised to see Crystal not looking to push out this top wave, just because, as we discussed, Zatai's just able to jungle, and they've got 2 smites. They're going to pick up more camps than the enemy. That's just going to be the result, given how they're jungling. You can see Rek'Sai on the map tending towards the bottom lane and a potential mini, but it doesn't come through. But just surprising to see not trying to make Zetaya counter. Of course, if you push this top lane wave, Smite's not going to help you in lane like the old Ignite pickups used to. So it's less of a deterrent for a turret dive or anything like that. You'll be overextended with Smite Ignite in a large parts of the laning phase, but just happy to let this whole phase continue, and thus much more CS available for the Hecarim.
FLICKR now actually level 2, a very easy target. Ella's coming down as well. The teleport, though, in for the type. Beast is going to go in. Kitty's actually taking up the turret, but Beast will go down for first blood to Hecarim. FLICKR trying to stun them up. Will get to tie under the turret. A trade kill there goes to Ella, and a 4-man dive goes a little wrong for IG.
Yeah, much more benefit for Snake. They have 2 members picking up lane farm, so unless they get a big objective here, the fact that they use much less resources in this situation is a big benefit to Snake.
They're going to try and take the turret if they can, but Crystal, I think, pushing his wave out now as well. Actually, no, going to meet it, wants to continue the freeze. And Tristana trying to buy a lot of time here for the top side, but Kid gets hooked up there by FLICKR. Ella follows in for some harass, and IG might think better about going in for this turret.
I'm just trying to unpack the benefits of this Nautilus. Of course, Nautilus not going to have a very high item cap. He's going to get tankier and tankier with purchases, but isn't looking for a Trinity Force or a big damage item as far as we know. He has fairly long cooldowns, but I guess with the changes to Riptide, you could consider it. It wouldn't be an ideal Trinity Force champion by any means. Probably just going to build stack tank items, just get the health scaling going with his Titan's Wrath shield, and just deal with his base values, which are very respectable. Certainly no rumble when it comes to early item power spikes, but always going to be relevant just because, again, has such a bevy of CC.
Yeah, Beasto coming into the top side. Level 3 actually equal as the tie. Just going to take him off the wave. And Crystal's dedication to freezing almost got himself killed as Rookie diving into the mid lane. Gets Ignite on Tabaka. Needs another Rift Walk. Does find her. And a solo kill for Kassadin.
But getting outplayed on one of your trademark champions is really questionable from Baka. At least according to the portrait, had the ultimate available and not used. Not really sure what to make of that trade in the mid lane.
Just a little sloppy there from Baka getting himself killed. But Kikau does the right thing in the top side as Kid and Kitties will get the turret in the bottom lane. Finally breaking that freeze from Crystal. He was really determined to deep freezing that wave, but it's finally been broken by the presence from the jungler and top laner.
But it's been answered in bottom lane. They've already pushed in a turret. Of course, no turret damage whatsoever coming onto Hecarim's turret. Hecarim's in general looking for a long laning phase, and okay, he has a very high item floor, you'd have to say, because he really wants Trinity Force, a Cinderhulk, maybe some Home Guard boots to come through. Those are going to be significantly delayed, but IG are making them pay on the map, and they're going to start stacking dragons. The next one's only a couple of minutes out.
I mean, thankfully for Snake, they are rotating their bottom lane down, so with the BF Sword, Crystal might feel a bit more comfortable in this matchup as Kid goes back. Berserker is just briefly, but double dagger recurve, but going for a quick hurricane, it looks like.
Looking for team fights right now, you'd have to think there's going to be a point in this game where the likes of Nautilus and maybe even Rek'Sai will start to outscale the hurricane damage. The Ren sets will be that much more difficult because Nautilus will be able to use his large amount of CC to isolate the Cliss to ensure she can't spread the Ren stacks onto multiple members. But right now, it's a very big team fight in Power Spike, and crucially, if you can somehow find a way to swap back and fight with Dragon with those Ren sets available, with the Hurricane being able to push those Ren stacks onto multiple members, that will be a big advantage for IG if they want to keep fighting for Dragon, which you have to think is their big thing coming into this game.
You would normally, but Dragon up in a minute 20, and Kallista's gone top lane here up against Flandre's Nautilus, who has a double Doran's ring, by the way. So possibly a Rod of Aiders, but definitely needs some early AP and health and the regen for the early landing. I mean, Kid maybe trying to get a couple of extra quick turrets here with the attack speed. He has to know that he's going to at least try and push the wave when he feels like it, but that does leave that Dragon open here.
But the big question is, will we see Snake go straight onto it? That's kind of the question we don't know. IG are just kind of hedging their bets and hoping, as you see the huge burst damage come through from the explosive shot. They're just hoping that they can swap back in, say, 2-3 minutes time and the Dragon still be an objective to contest.
Yeah, very smart harass there by Crystal. That charge on the turret actually doubled in radius when it explodes on the turret as well, which is why the two people that were down there trying to defend ended up eating so much AoE damage. But Crystal is going to come in, looks to try and take the turret away. 30 seconds left to Dragon. Should be able to get both, maybe.
It just feels like IG in general a bit unsettled by this Tristana pick. It hasn't been seen much in competitive play, although Uzi playing it showed that a lot of teams are considering this as a viable pick. The turret pushing and the harass under turret makes it so hard for an underleveled Hecarim to even hug the turret for any hope of picking up experience, because you get punished by that AoE damage and have to back away. So maybe it'll evolve as a way to deal with zoning these underleveled 1v2 specialists, because you just have to respect that explosion damage.
Good timing here by Snake as well. I know they have time to wait for the Dragon. Do take the turret away, but Beast and Baka were already on top of it. Flounder has actually walked down here as well. And of course, the bottom turret's gone down. So 1 for 1 in turrets. Dragon almost done here at this stage of the game. And IG going to give up any hopes of potential contesting and go for a push instead.
The Tai isn't even level 6. They really don't want to fight. He doesn't even have teleport if they wanted to. But smart to go for a bit of turret damage. They get, in fact, a lot of turret damage through.
Almost dead there. Flandre looks to get in range for the ulti, but doesn't quite get there. And Cassidy kind of hard to pin down as well. Snake now 5-man strong in the mid lane, though. Maybe look for an initiation, but instead could look again. They've got a turret already. Maybe just push in for a siege.
One of the reasons that IG lost that previous game is they fought for Dragons. They weren't really in any position to, with their comp, with their item timings. Smart of IG not to try and do that in this situation, but you can see the punishment coming through. Happy to tank a couple of turret shots because the siege is on.
Yeah, that's aggressive from Crystal, just using these shields from Ella to deal damage to the turret, but Explosive shot down. Tristana still a pretty good siege champion, arguably better with the changes that have come through recently on this patch, and Snake are not giving up, at least for now.
I mean, there's not a lot of wave clear coming through from IG, you have to mention. It's Cacao is honestly the biggest wave clearer there. As Rookie's starting to get a bit of AP behind. No Rod of Ages stacking just yet. Does have the gold for it, though, and that's a 10-minute window to tell you when IG are really looking to opt into fights.
Yeah, Rookie going to get that item, does complete the Rod of Ages, and will power up quite nicely in the next 10 minutes time. Kid, Hurricane almost done there as well. Maybe he just needs it for wave clear, honestly, at this point. Potentially expecting a lot of siege coming through for Crystal, who's now picked himself up an Avarice Blade, curiously enough. So going for a bit more of that greed, bit more of the investment option there.
Maybe he just looks over to the fact that there are multiple members, the likes of Cassidy, that are really looking to stack up to the late game. Cinderhawk's effectively a death cap for health and incentivizes further health purchases. At least the Phage, of course, going to come through for Zatai. The Rod of Ages has a 10-minute stacking time. Kalista is looking for immediate power, but because the team in general is tending towards the late game in terms of their item pickups, why not go for Avarice Blade and do your best Kid impression when it comes to investment banking on these AD carries?
Yeah, Hurricane completed now for Kid, actually, so going to get quite a bit better at chopping down these minion waves. Rookie level 9 as well. Going to push it on the turret, but Ella's there to help him out and has to be a bit careful. Janna, level 6 here. Kiddies will come in as well, and that should force the Janna off the turret and gift it over to IG.
But you just very seldomly see a Cassidy get an enemy's turret first, let alone an Azir, the king of 25, 30 minutes. The turret's still up because he has so much wave clear. Great decision by IG to give up any hopes of contesting just the first dragon for that inner turret damage. Sorry, the outer turret damage in mid, because it's definitely opened up this map a bit.
And Rookie forced the Rift walk away, though. Ella and Crystal willing to fight there, and Rookie not weak at this point of the game, does have his Rod of Ages, but that's still charging up here, and Rookie maybe have to think twice about going in for an aggressive 1v2.
Speaking of aggression, 3 members up the top lane. Fandre already super tanky and has a very good idea that there's foes afoot.
Yeah, he's actually behind in gold and CS as well. You have to, CS and gold you have to expect there. Only 10 though. Flunder's actually kept up quite nicely in the early situation, and we see this a lot from Flunder. As you see, he's got about 1,200 gold to spend there, and almost 1,000 gold behind actually. So about 800, 900 gold down is a bit tricky for Flunder. But I have to say, for someone who was kind of sold to us at the start of the season as a carry top laner, he spends an awful lot of his games with little to no gold.
I think this is just what he's developed in, and understanding what Beast and Ella have brought the lineup, and the consistent overriding identity of Crystal as a hyper carry player. It was always the Tristanas and Kog'Maws of the world that really fit Crystal's playstyle. So someone has to lose the gold. It's one of the reasons that OMG have really struggled to come together, is that it feels like for them, Loveland has been the one to lose out on gold, but he's still very stubborn in his playstyle, getting in the enemy's face. Not really good counter jungling when you're, 1,000, 1,500 gold worth of items effectively down on what you used to be. In this situation, Crystal's always the one that picks up the farm, so that's why we see Righteous Glory Nautilus coming through, is that he's got a very low floor when it comes to teamfight stats. Just needs the Righteous Glory to get that CC going.
Bit of poke on to Cacao, actually. Going to get some AoE down. Does actually hit onto the turret, I think, as well. So Snake again, good siege here with the Tristana. Dragon, not quite available yet, would be, I guess, breaking serve in a sense. They're on the Dragons. Give either team their second if they picked it up, and it's back up in 2 minutes. And Snake, more than happy to do a little bit of ARAM here.
I mean, IG really want to have Cassidy and Hecarim as the 1-3-1 unit, but the remaining 3 players have little to no wave clear, even with the Hurricane. That's probably why we saw the Hurricane rush, was to open up these situations where you can just hoover down minion waves with Kalista, but it's going to take a lot of autos without the AD pickups, and so far it's been picked apart, although Hecarim picking up items is always a good thing for IG.
Zatai should be able to take that turret. In fact, Flandre is getting tracked by Kakao in his own jungle, walks past a ward as well, and Zatai might just fancy a kill here, but that tower should be going over as a result. But again, Dragon up in a minute 20. IG have to be careful not to be caught out of position when the objective respawns.
And look, realistically, even though this is an under-farmed, under-items completed Flandre, you are not going to kill a Nautilus. Nautilus, one of the reasons why he's so popular in the support role is he does so much with so little. Having that scaling cooldown reduction on Riptide gives him wave clear and just lots of teamfight impact, even after his targeted CC, the depth charge is down. So just happy to build up items, because in the late game, in a different way, Hecarim's going to be very relevant, just with a much higher item cap.
Yeah, Rookie with the blue buff now as well. Dragon back up in 50 seconds, so everybody going back to shop. Crystal has a static shift, curiously, so going quite old school with this Tristana build here.
I mean, that makes sense, right? We've already said they want to 1-3-1. They want to buy time in the middle. Stop any of this split pushing nonsense with just really fast pushing of your own. It's Crystal's approach to taking out this game. Between the maxed out explosive charge and the auto attacks, you're just going to be mowing down minion waves yourself. You do not want to get into a situation where IG are able to pull out this game to the late enough stage with no cost. You want to make sure they're losing objectives consistently, so even when they get those late game items, they're one fight away from just losing the game outright. If they're able to just side farm and Hecarim shows up with a Trinity Force and tanky items and Snake don't have a clear win condition, they will lose this game, because the scaling from Castan and Hecarim, it's near infinite.
It is. I mean, Tristana still scales quite well. Probably been toned down a bit as Kakao takes a bit of damage there from the Trist. Will explode there as well.
They're
But
just buying time for people to farm.
yeah, pretty tanky, and they just want the Dragon here. Flandre's rotating down to Tai. Does have his teleport available, though Home Guard not there, but does have his Skirmisher's Saber. And Snake going to pull the Dragon out quite far away, but Zatai, stubborn in his ways here, sticking in the top lane.
And honestly, this is just a bluff. They just want to buy as much time for Snake off this objective. They don't really want to teleport, but they're going to try it.
Well, they are going to teleport actually there as Dragon gets about half out. Kitty dives in with the ulti. Pete's going to get stunned up, but he's fairly tanky. Good knockback there for Kakao. And a massive ult from Zatai. Now Crystal forced to run away. Flandre has to get out as well, but Rookie diving into the backlines with reckless abandon. Beast will go down as well. That's going to be an ace completed as Flandre goes down. And Invictus Gaming single-handedly win the team fight.
And look, I was the one bluffed, Peichun, because the damage coming through was insane from Rookie especially, even with just a fiendish codex. The burst was registered, and the Hurricane came up trumps. They were already spreading damage. The burst through from just a tie with no big damage items. I thought they were just looking for a situation where they just keep split pushing, buy time, and ensure the items came through, but clearly they can opt into team fights just happily.
Yeah, they were comfortable there. I mean, Crystal's still getting bigger bucket there as well. And they have so many good tools in a disorganized fight like that, that as soon as it happens, someone cleans house, and that's Cassidy.
I thought they were a couple of items away from starting this fight. Firstly, Ella uses the Monsoon after the CC effects have come, but just watch this engage coming through, and just the stacked up rampage damage from Zatai gets everyone low, and everyone's low against Castan and Kalista. You can fill in the blanks. Just choose your own adventure for who picks up the kill from IG, and just really smart team fighting and layering of CC.
Good disengage there by Kitties, by Kitties here as well, with the support cannon being chucked in there by the Kalista. You can kind of see why it's been such a popular combination here, and look at that gold lead already. IG suddenly 7-1 up in kills with about 5,500 gold ahead.
Yeah, ask me anything about a Hecarim Cassidon lineup 6,000 gold ahead and winning in objectives. Things are looking excellent here for Invictus Gaming.
And it's kind of back to form for the first two games, you have to think. Snake were able to wrest control of Game 3 and just take it over in a few quick fights. But IG now in that position as Beast will spot Zatai here, but devastating charge away. Baka trying to get him with the ulti, but just misses.
That wall, I mean, that rift apparently was just slightly too thick for him to be able to hold up the whole objective. So they don't even get the pick. Devastating charge was enough to break away from Beast, enough that it wasn't instantly interrupted by the model size of Rek'Sai, as Zatai gets to get a free minion.
And look at Zatai's tower there just poking out of the bottom half of the screen. It's basically on full health. As Zatai going to fight Baka now as well, but Flandre is going to join in. Baka actually getting quite low here as Zatai uses the ulti, going to keep chasing in. Flandre going to try and CC see him up, but Kakal's diving in as well. Bucket comes through. He gets moved away by the explosive cast. Flandre now, the target actually getting chased down. Is Low going to go down? Zatai gets the kill, and IG pick up the double.
And at the same time, in the bottom lane, they actually take out a turret as well. Cassidy roaming around happily in the midst of all this. Not even needed. Now looking for the assassination on Ella.
Yeah, Rookie going to keep chasing in Ella. Nowhere good to run up. Base Gates will protect him for a while. Riftwalk on a short-ish cooldown, I'll say, at level 11, so not quite available back again. Invictus Gaming in a push on the top side as well. And all of a sudden, 90 minutes in, and IG looking complete control once more.
I did not expect, with the item timings completed, for Nautilus to look like a complete wet noodle compared to the Hecarim, but Hecarim overtook that big dragon fight. Is now split pushing, going for the Frozen Heart, not rushing into any sort of damage items. And Nautilus with Righteous Glory and 56 CS behind. I don't know what they were thinking with this Nautilus pick, but it's certainly not worked yet.
Not right now, as B's going to try and knock up Kitties. Does get it, but the Fate's Call will get him out to safety. And a futile attempt there for Snake does not net a kill.
And Caston just roaming around. 10 stack Rite of Ages, just about a minute away from completion. And the next item, whatever he's looking for, is going to be a big one.
I mean, already Rookie's doing ridiculous damage on the Kassadin, so probably as Zonya's coming through, does have the Fiendish Codex for the Chalice that will eventually come through as well. We've seen Godby actually from LGD, again waiting in the final there tomorrow, really popularized this particular 5.6, 5.7 Kassadin build.
This is what you need to do, power down turrets. That's what Snake are best at. You have good disengage as well. And Kassadin, you could see, was off-screen thinking about his options, wasn't able to do anything. Snake grouping and sieging is their best way to win, even if there are ultimates like the Explosive Cask, and to some degree, the Slicing Maelstrom and Hecarim ult that you have to respect. Just ward your flanks, ensure that you're not flanked by either the Kassadin or the Hecarim, and keep pushing, because at the moment, that's all you can do with this lineup.
I mean, we've seen what happens to Snake when they fight Invictus Gaming in any sort of jungle or choke. Again, disorganized fights, that's the best possible news for Kassadin and Hecarim. Even Kalista, who's highly mobile, loves those sort of fights as well. Chaotic skirmishes almost is what they want, where Snake looking for big 5v5 team fights.
And the thing is, between Gragas and Hecarim, you have a Terrify and a huge displacement. It's the sort of fight that's always going to be, by necessity, disorganized, because positioning's at a premium between those two abilities. One forces you in a particular direction, the other one completely displaces you, and that's just so much carnage for the Kalista to hop around with the defensive utility of the Slicing Maelstrom. There's actually a very smart team comp coming through from IG, and if they don't take advantage of their one big point of power, which for Snake is pushing and the lack of wave clear on IG, team fights are so hard for them to navigate.
Yeah, Rookie is, you already kind of said it, but Kassadin gets untenable in the late game. He might already be at this position as he is going to go back, spend a big boatload of cash there as well. And I wonder what item he's going to pick up as Baka sets up a Sun Turret. Actually not quite going for big ticket items just yet as Rookie. Cooldown boots and working in towards, I think, a Chalice there with a Fiendish Codex and an Aptome.
It's going to be Zonia's and Athene's at some point. Just, putting items together can always change the build. Could be an emergency void stuff if you really want it, but just getting as much power as possible. Moving towards 40% CDR. Has the large mana pool, but not necessarily the mana regen. But, picking up blue at this point, probably not going to be a big concern right now.
No, and it's just the big resets there with the mana refresh constantly coming through with the Athenes. It makes Kassadin real scary in the late game situations.
And Kennan's looking to match the Righteous Glory. Of course, feels a little bit silly with all the mana in his inventory right now, but of course, when you finish that Righteous Glory, it just really helps you have the effective engage, or just the Righteous Glory for the defensive utility. Offensively or defensively, we send one offensive use of the Slicing Maelstrom. You'd expect with the Janna, though, purely going to be appealing tool for Kid in fights.
Yeah, just nice to have another way to get in or out, given that Fate's Call is going to give you one already. And again, that's been the reason we've seen Cannon support be so popular recently. I mean, Snake are working on, again, their best thing, which is the Siege, but Zatai may be enough here as Kitties is also in the area. Kakao even wandering his way back up, and Snake, they spot the Kassadin and they run straight back to their turrets.
And their big issue is they need to 5-man group to get the biggest value out of their comp and all the synergies and disengage they have. But, you put 5-man top, that opens up a whole map of opportunity for IG to try different things, whether it's split pushing with Zatai, whether it's trying to take the dragon that spawns in a few seconds. There's always an opportunity cost to your rotations. And 5-man top is seldom seen because it's just really not effective.
And you can see Baka going to go back now. Has to spend a bit more gold and move in towards what looks to be a death cap. Zatai actually fancies Crystal. That's big burst damage coming through, but Zatai also quite tanky with the Frozen Heart. Ella will flash ulti to move him back. Flandre is even here as well, but Crystal getting aggressed on here. Zatai might get a kill. 1v3 goes in. Massive burst. The ulti goes just wide there. Flandre hooks him up again, and Crystal finally gets the kill, but IG advancing with a dragon.
Exactly. The best they could hope is one kill for a dragon. So on the other side of the map, that's of course what we're talking about in terms of trade-offs. A kill gets Tristana going to some degree, but it's the absolute minimum you can get. And then minion waves, again, completely in the control of IG.
Yeah, Kid's even solo pushing down the bottom side
no
there
wards.
as well. Yeah, it doesn't need them. I mean, has his friends on the other side of the map anyway. Knows the Ty's drawing pressure, and this Hecarim, he's pretty tanky. He's doing decent damage, I have to say, to Crystal in these exchanges. But even without a Trinity Force, Zatai is so annoying.
Exactly. He's just going to keep going top. Now he's super tanky. Doesn't really do a lot of damage, but enough to actually chunk out Crystal, as we could see. Not enough to force his heal, but certainly really make positioning difficult for the Tristana. Blade the Ruined King is the actual adaptation for Kid. We've seen this a couple of places in different scenes, not so much in the LPL. He definitely doesn't have the defensive shield. He is a little bit more prone to being assassinated, although it seems so far that only Nautilus really can get onto that backline at this point with the Death Charge. If he's able to just not be burst down, and honestly it's very difficult for Snake to burst down a single target, the consistent damage of the Blade of the Ruined King adds up, and it's being spread over with the armor penetration and the Hurricane being completed.
Yeah, so Kid, 3 items looking strong. Crystal working in for his Bloodthirster here, you have to think, with that Vampiric Scepter. It doesn't even have boots 2 yet on the Trist, so bit of thrift shopping now, about 20 CS behind actually over on Kid, sorry. Rookie looking down, has completed his Zon. He's going to work in for that Chalice. You have to think of that next item. And Kakao getting tanky. He's got his Locket already done.
Here's Zatai, of course, doing his usual thing and pushing down bottom lane. Not interested in grouping whatsoever. Obviously would really love a Trinity Force at this point, but had to go for tankiness. Honestly, he's got so much damage from Gragas and from Kassadin and Kalista, so doesn't really need to worry about focusing on damage. And now that they spot Nautilus bottom, Baron started.
I mean, Zatai's going to force a very poor choice here for Snake, one way or the other. Beast not quite in the area as Flunder is already porting in. Zatai, though, will port in to join them, and they're going to start a team fight here. Rookie looking for someone. Kakao, massive ulti, moves Baka back in. He gets them out with his ultimate, though, and Kitties can't quite find a way in, but Zatai in the middle of everyone. So tanky and disruptive, and no one dead quite yet, but it's only a matter of time. Zatai charging in, finds Baka, does get the kill, despite the turret going up. Off in the backline, Kitties takes out Crystal. Flunder is getting dove now as well. Ella's already dead. It's maybe going to be a 4th kill. Zatai will chase in for it, will take it away, and another clean team fight for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, looking for the clean ace, though. Only Rek'Sai alive, but Zatai's there.
Yeah, Beast can't do anything. Rookie will chase in, and Zatai gets a well-earned double kill.
Doesn't have the burst damage, but it's so tanky and sticky that it doesn't really matter. IG can push some turrets, or they can take the Baron, and they're going to just pick the Baron, it seems.
Might even be able to do both at this particular stage, where the death timers are quite low, to be perfectly honest here, at only 26.5 minutes in. But that Baron is dead, and IG up in turrets, well up in kills, and up in dragons. You look up at the gold and you see maybe a sinking feeling in your heart if you're a Snake fan, because that is 11,000 gold behind.
And amusingly, it's a complete role reversal from the previous game, 14-2, very similar to the 15-1 score we saw Snake win in the previous game. The rotations have been decent from Snake, only a turret behind, although not going so well on the dragon front. But the kills just aren't there whatsoever. And the Tristana did so much work in the previous game, is forced into emergency bilge water. If we learned anything in this series, buying a bilge water is bad times for an AD carry.
Yeah, not at least for Crystal, as far as things are concerned, because Kid, of course, did buy his, and now it's his Blade of the Ruined King.
Okay, the bilge water, though, when it's in the inventory by itself, it seems to be the sign that you're going to lose a fight.
It's very lonely here as far as lifesteal items go. I mean, especially for Crystal, much more of a defensive item, and sure, he needs peel sometimes, he needs to stay alive, but his, that big Bloodthirster jump on top of the enemy with my rocket jump and flash sort of AD carry, very imp-esque almost in that way. So you have to think, when you see Crystal in particular with a defensive item like Blade of the Ruined King, it's just not the same AD carry.
And honestly, I think it's to some degree, it's his prioritization of slot efficiency. As you can see, I don't think he's actually damaging Zatai.
No, Zatai is really tanky at this stage of the game. He's got a Spirit Visage, he's got his Frozen Heart, he's got about 3k health with his Cinderhawk, even got a Phage just for a few more offensive options. And again, he's been annoying all game. He might even solo Crystal here, even with Beast watching.
I mean, Zatai gives no mundos at this point.
No, he does not. Absolutely zero here as IG going to split push up with the Baron up minions, push down the mid, rotate to the top, and just leaves Zatai to his own devices. Even if he dies, IG will be able to pick up a couple turrets. And top, tier 2 is well and truly dead already.
And that's the thing, Tristana can't even hope to solo. I mean, when her ult's down, there's considerable kill pressure. She's already used it defensively, and that just opens up this 4-man group at top to push.
Yeah, Rookie tanks a couple of turrets. Baka actually going to be launched back into the team. Ella denies him there as Baka doesn't quite throw out his ult. He will hold on to it with the Monsoon, but IG going to take out the turret. Kitty's getting low, actually gets face called at just the last second. They take the inhibitor turret. Baka getting jumped on. Ultis, but he's already dead. Kid still jumping in. Ren comes down for a second kill, and now Crystal being chased down. Rookie just going in, and Zatai ults onto Crystal. Tristana's is dead. Ella will die soon as well, as Rookie might look for it. But honestly, IG, they don't even need it. They'll look for the kill. Ella will get away, but that's 3 clean kills. Never mind, Kitty's died as well. But the base completely shattered now.
And Zatai shows you the value of the full tank Hecarim doing so much work regardless. Despite the fact that that's the series, the surrender still comes out from Snake. And although it's just for 3rd place, I think the IG fans are certainly going to go home happy. As 3 out of 4 games, they looked really on form.
They look good, and you can tell Snake, a team that when they win look great. They've got a lot of good strength to the team, but we've kind of seen this a lot in the latter end of the season. I think this series is similar. Have very exploitable tendencies, do Snake, and be interested to see as they finish their season. 4th place, not too shabby in playoffs, of course. 2nd overall in the standings for the regular season. When they show up again next split, I wonder what they'll look like then.
And they just have to work on different game plans, you have to think. When they had the ranged initiation, that was something we hadn't seen much from Snake. The Swajwani looked good, but now you move Beast back onto an early ganking champion like the Rek'Sai. Certainly was nowhere near the same tier of players that we saw when Kakao moved on to the Rek'Sai. 0-4-1, basically completely anonymous this game. Okay, there weren't many kills to go around. That's 1 out of 3 kill participation. But IG, you can see some wry smiles on their face. Honestly, they wish they were in a game tomorrow for the finals, of course. 3rd place is still a very respectable result for a lineup that came up super late as Kakao and Rookie joined this team just before the deadline as the season started. They've got a lot to improve on, but they still have a very solid foundation. And I feel like we still don't know the answer, Pastry Time. What is IG all about? What is their playstyle? Because it changes so regularly, but when they can adapt and then basically play Snake's game plan and beat them at it, it really bodes well for the future.
It does, and it's going to be a great LPL second split. But of course, before that, we have a grand final to play tomorrow, would you believe? 2 pretty decent teams maybe going head-to-head tomorrow. LGD versus EDG. That's going to be quite a final.
And the hype is all over the place. Imp versus Def, the battle of the Samsung AD carries. Throw Acorn in there as well. I think a guy named Pawn might be there. We're not 100% sure, but he seems to play all the time despite his sicknesses. It's going to be a sick final, and you guys have to tune in.
Yeah, that'll be at 4 p.m. tomorrow local time. That's Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So
usual LPL
yeah,
time.
So adjust your time zone, of course, as you move in, but that'll be quite the final. Of course, there's more coming through as well. Stay on this stream in about an hour and a half. You can't get any more League of Legends, and I couldn't blame you if you couldn't. The International Wildcard Invitational Grand Final will be here as well, hosted by Atlas and Spawn. And that is Besiktas from Turkey, the hometown team, up against the Brazilians, INTZ.
I mean, INTZ, they're going to come up big favorites, but still, Besiktas, they came back from what was a very difficult start for them, and hopefully it will be a competitive 5-game series.
We'll have to see. It's going to be lots of competitive 5-game series, and we end one today as well. Congratulations to IG for finishing 3rd. Snake, of course, will take their 4th in the playoffs, but join us tomorrow for the grand final for the LPL. Join us later as well, not us, but join Atlas and Spawn for the IWCR grand final as well. With myself, Papa Smithy, and our entire live production crew, we'll see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. local time for the LPL grand final.